8 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. We start a brand new show together, and we thank you for being with us. Eddie Van Adler's here. He's got TV rolling. I am Speedy. Over to my right is Greg and Helmsy, and that's the Good Time Gang. We host this hour. It's called the Kickoff Hour because we kick things off for Rick and Bubba. They'll join us for the main show in 1 hour from now, but until then, we'll sit around, goof off a little bit, have a ton of misspeaks, and then start the main show. That's kind of what we do and how we roll. We thank you for being with us here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, you heard me say their names, and there they are, fired up and somewhat confused by the headlines of the day, as we all are. It is Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. How are y'all? What up?
Hey. Let's get it. Here we go.
What up, players?
Yo.
How are y'all?
Good.
Everybody fired up, ready to go for another day?
Yep.
Kind of, sort of?
You know, I had told my wife 2 days ago, I said, hey, listen, you know, my back's acting up a few, just for a few days, not a big deal, and, you know, all that. I said, and I told her this. I said, don't tell my mom because my mom worries about my back, and I don't want her worrying about my back, okay? I just don't. Like, she's, you know, she's got issues of her own, and, you know, I just don't want her worried about her son when he's 43 because she does that. She loves her golden child. And then yesterday I got in here talking about it, and so I was talking to Mom on the phone yesterday. I try to call her every other day, text her at least, you know, once a day, and try to call her every couple days. And she's like, I understand your back's hurting again.
Oh, no.
And my first thought was, dang it, Amanda.
Oh, no, it's.
And I got to talk about it on here. So, and it was a reminder that she listens to Kickoff
She does
Hour.
listen. Well, that's a test is what it is.
It was.
Yeah.
So I started thinking, I thought, wait a minute. I didn't tell her. I guess it's Amanda. And then I thought, well, we talked about it on the Kickoff Hour.
Yeah.
So,
you know, people laugh, but I tell them, you know, we try to do a family show because our parents listen.
That's it.
And
that was the main reminder. I thought, okay, wow. So you do.
And everybody
to
goes,
Hour.
I'm like, no, I'm serious.
Business.
Like my dad will text me and go, son, what are you doing?
Yep.
You know, and that's a lot. I wonder how many times he's asked me that in my life. Son, what are you doing? But yeah, so our parents do listen. In case you're wondering.
And I love that she was worried about me. I do. I love that. But I don't like her worrying about me.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna keep saying things on Kickoff Hour because that's what we do.
Why not?
Somebody asked me the other day. They said, "You okay if I live stream this?" I said, "Man, we live stream our life every day. Go ahead, fire it up.
Let's go." Woke up to hungry today. I don't know why this happens.
Really?
I don't know why this happens. Let's talk about it. You eat at the same time, eat about the same thing, and then you wake up, and some mornings you're not that hungry, and then some mornings you're starving. I'm starving.
So you haven't taken care of it.
No, I wouldn't let myself. I'm like, no, quit being so weak. Just have some water and go.
I'll go get you a snack.
And then I pull up today, and it's National Waffle Day, and it's made me even hungrier. Okay, because I'll tear up a waffle.
I had one right here.
We've talked about this, but I can't
crispy.
remember what y'all said. Is it waffle or pancake for y'all?
I like both. Yeah. I usually go pancake first, but I like them both.
A good old pancake.
Yeah,
that's not
depending
bad.
on where I'm at.
Yeah. Now, please stop. If I can finish on this? Terry will add for the waffle.
I noticed you looked at Greg when you said that.
Yeah, because he won't let me get through this. She'll throw in on some chocolate chips if you don't watch it. Kind of chocolate it up a little bit. It's pretty good. Throw some peanut butter on there. How you with that?
That sounds good.
Yeah,
but I'm a traditional guy. But that does sound good.
Okay, you were squinting at me, so I knew you
I'd
didn't
give
like
that a shot.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It really is.
For some, I wouldn't consider it a pancake.
I got to tell you, the peanut butter with syrup is pretty standard at the house. I mean,
peanut butter makes
standard.
anything good.
Yeah, it does. You talking about filling? It'll sit with you.
It will.
Stick to them ribs. I used to think food really stuck to your ribs when my parents told me that. I'll eat that, so
I know.
That'll stick to your ribs. I'm like, wow, food really sticks to your ribs. That's cool.
I also used to believe if you swallowed gum, it'd make your stomach stick together.
Right.
They don't swallow that gum, make your stomach stick together.
Yeah. And I also thought when food went down the wrong way, it just went into your body outside your stomach, and it went down the wrong way.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
One of the things that my dad used to tell us, and I hear him telling my kids this, and I believed it at one point. And I was like, listen, I was young, okay, 8 to 12, okay, and he'd say, hey, look out now, that's good, but it's going to put hair on your chest.
Ooh,
he would say that. And I believed that for a while.
Nice.
I'm like, I don't know. Do I eat that? I mean, I'm not ready for hair on my chest.
Start looking down
about?
your shirt.
Sure. You eat it, and 3 days later, you're going.
Yeah.
Two things I missed last night. Didn't even turn the TV on. I missed the Braves and the Yankees. I understand the Yankees cooled the Braves off a little bit, beat them.
Yeah.
And then I didn't see any football with the Saints and the Jags playing. But y'all say that Jameis Winston looked pretty
He looked good.
He did. He looked
I think
real
he
good.
had. He's that sitting behind Drew Brees for a year may have helped him.
And did y'all say he's still in contact with Breeze?
Yes.
Does he still
that's what they
communicate?
said.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
they said. So he talks to him all the time.
He has slimmed up.
Mm-hmm.
He was throwing the ball at a level of accuracy I hadn't seen in a while, and he seemed to look like he was the leader out there. Like there was just a lot of things going on. He had a really good night.
And did you see the statement they had from Sean Payton? They were talking about his 30-30 year.
I saw that. You're going to bring up the Testaverde thing?
Well, I didn't hear all that. I saw
okay.
it. He just said the point. He said, playing here, that ain't going to happen. Under my watch, he ain't going to throw 30 interceptions.
That's a good point, too.
He said,
Yeah.
he said,
I'm not going to allow that to
I'm not
happen.
going to allow
He's not going to have a chance to do that.
No, and plus he's saying, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm going to teach him, what to do.
Yeah, that's
and,
good.
And, under our system, he's not going to throw 30 interceptions.
Yeah.
So,
The comparison to Testaverde was he had a similar year and then went nuts after that. And they were like, hey, there's hope. You still got
I didn't
time.
realize
And
Testaverde played 20 years.
I didn't either.
Wow.
Wow. I knew he was in there a long time. He was never great.
Yeah.
He was okay.
Yeah. He took them to,
Yeah.
AFC Championship
Yeah.
one time, and I think he made a few Pro Bowls. And, I mean, he wasn't the greatest of all time,
All right,
but
well, let me
there was
go
some
on-
longevity there.
Let's
for
go on
sure.
the other side of the field. How'd Trevor Lawrence look?
Not great.
No.
And I don't know if it's all on him. Maybe.
I just give him a pass. I mean, it's your first.
He looks like a rookie trying to, catch up with the speed of the
Yeah.
game at the next level.
See, who will start for the Jags? Is it going to be
It
him?
could be, if it's not him, it'll be Gardner Minshew.
And did he play? Did Minshew
I'm sure
play?
he did. Now
I didn't see.
I done went to bed, but
Yeah.
I bet he played the second half,
Right.
maybe. I mean,
Trevor
guys, he
looked
was a
a
starter
little.
last year. I mean, he's
Yeah, yeah,
experience.
yeah.
He looked. He wasn't accurate. He looked. He looked like he was caught off guard by the speed of the game. That's what he
Yeah.
looked like. I mean, he tucked it and ran a few times and got hit. And I thought, wow, so nobody hit you like that in college. I mean, that kind of thing. The whole.
Wow.
I mean, he looks good out there,
Yeah.
overall, but you could just tell it's going to take a while. Everybody
Yeah.
calm down.
Right.
Give him a
Right,
minute.
give him a second. Yeah.
He's not going to be a world beater
Yeah.
day one. I mean, how long is it taking Jameis to look like he did last night?
Oh,
Yeah.
So
it
think
took a
about
while,
that.
Yeah. All right. Well, I didn't get to see any of that. I saw the highlights today, and it looked like from
Forgot
what they're
Urban Meyer
saying-
was coaching, saw him walking the sideline, and thought, "Whoa, so it's real." You're back out there.
He'll coach till the heat gets on him. Then he'll have some kind of illness. Then I'd step down.
Hey, only reason I
know,
brought that
I
up,
know.
I knew he'd take the
That's
bait.
his favorite.
I don't like him at all.
Really?
At all.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. A good song here, by the way. For YouTubers, it's Ain't No Sunshine, but I hit the wrong song. Good song, though. We'll let it go. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. The number 866, We Be Big. All right, Greg, what are you looking at there, buddy? I see that you're squinting at your laptop like it's the sun.
First of all, you think that I would have known this.
Yeah.
Igor Vovkavinsky, that's close.
Okay.
Tallest man in the U.S. dies in Minnesota at 38.
Just 38.
Guess how tall he is. I already told you in the break, so never mind. 7'8". He was the tallest man. He moved here from the Ukraine and was like a celebrity. They say he's been on the Dr. Oz show, and in 2009 he was at an Obama rally, and Obama called him out, because he had a shirt on that said "World's Biggest Obama Supporter." Well, he wasn't perfect, I mean, nobody's perfect, and I didn't realize that he was the tallest man in America. But he died at 38 of heart failure.
So we had. I remember we did the Sports Czars, the little sports show we used to have. And Mark Eaton was 7'4", and he came in here. And you remember how he had to duck up under the door just to get in here.
It really looked like he was on stilts.
Yes, it did. And so this guy's 4 inches taller.
Yeah. How about this? It said he traveled to New York City when he was declared America. This was when he was 27. America's tallest living person by Guinness. And he edged out a sheriff's deputy in Virginia by 1/3 of an inch. So we got a big old tall sheriff's deputy in Virginia. That's maybe, if he's still alive, I guess he's the tallest man in America now.
What did he have? And forgive me, I don't know, when you can't stop growing or whatever.
Yeah,
did he
sure.
have? Is that why he died at such a young age?
Yeah, it must be. They didn't say that, but
I know was it giantism? But there's another one. It starts like with an A, I think. I forget that. Anyway, it's some type of.
In 2012, he issued a plea for someone to help cover the estimated, get this, $16,000 cost for specially made shoes that wouldn't cause him crippling pain. $16,000 pair of shoes.
All right, so if you go to the...
He hadn't owned a pair in 4 years that fit his size 26 10E.
26.
All right, so let's take...
What size foot does Shaq have? And it's like a 21 or something like that?
Man.
I just made that up.
So Robert Wadlow is the tallest man in the Guinness Book of World Records.
You're in the world. This was the U.S.
All right.
He went, you ready for this? 8 foot 11 inches.
What? That's unbelievable.
Robert Wadlow, and he had a twin brother.
Now, when did he live? Is this way back when, or
he's like a
this was back in the 1940s.
Gosh, he's a human power pole.
That's crazy.
So he is that's the Guinness Book of World Records.
It'll be tough to break that one.
Okay.
Do we have anything we can measure this ceiling? Because I don't know if he could stand in here. Huh? You definitely. I mean,
like I said, Mark Eaton was on up in there.
Yeah. But I mean, like,
of course,
we're
he
touching
died in
the
a bike
line.
wreck not too long ago.
Did he really?
Yeah, had a bicycle wreck. It was this year.
Mark Eaton.
Yep.
I just went to his website.
Yeah, had died in a bicycle crash. First of all, that's a big man.
You know
on
what his website was?
It's a big bite.
It's still up, by the way.
It's like that big green bite that Regents has at the Regents events.
Yes, that's it. That's what he needs.
7foot4.com was his website, and it's still up. I had no idea he passed away.
Yep.
Goodness
Wow.
gracious. Y'all need to do something with his website. I mean, it's still up and going. It still thinks he's running companies.
I mean, this has only been within the past few months.
Good night.
Good night.
Did not know that. The things that you know over there.
Right, yeah.
Of course, that'd been a pretty big story. NBA All-Star.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's a mover and
And I remember
shaker.
thinking, well, we had him here on the show.
Yeah.
How tall do y'all think?
Tallest guy I've ever stood by.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I mean, it
He
felt
looked like
weird.
those sheetrockers that come in your house and get on
Yeah,
stilts and have to do the ceiling.
Yes, that's exactly it. Like he's on stilts. How tall is too tall, and what do you think is the perfect height? Because I know
When
some
you get
guys
in
that are,
sevens, that's too
but
tall.
I know some guys that are like 6'5", 6'6".
I would
and
say
they're like,
go 6'5" or less. If I maxed out at 6'5", maybe 6'4".
I think it's tough to find
You start
clothes
getting
after
I think
freakish.
6'4" is the perfect height.
the perfect.
That's a good
okay.
Yeah.
6'4".
Yeah.
10'4", 6'4".
6'4".
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I think I used to be right at 6'1". I'm shrinking. And they say as you get older, you get shorter.
Oh yeah.
I really think I am.
Yeah. I'm 6 foot, and I bet if you measure me now, I'm 5'11".
Exactly.
For sure.
And my kids won't stop growing. I don't know why. They don't have that, but they just seems like they just keep getting bigger and taller. I don't know what's up with that, but so there you go. The tallest man in the U.S. dies at age 38.
38.
It's 7 foot 8
Boy,
inches.
that's young.
Goodness.
Does it say what he had, Greg, or does it?
It doesn't say.
Yeah, natural
But he had
causes or
some
whatever.
kind of gland out of whack or something.
Greg, that's what you went with.
It's-
Got a
it's
gland out of whack.
It's something like that.
Yeah. Well, let's see what Sam says. This is what the condition is, I think. Okay. Thank you, Sam. What is it again?
Acromegaly.
It's a rare condition where the body produces too much growth hormones, causing the body tissue and bones to grow more quickly.
All right, so I got to ask this,
Told you.
and not trying to be insensitive.
tell you.
And you may have already said this, and I just wasn't paying attention when you said it. Who holds it now? If this guy has passed away,
It's got to
who
be
is-
that sheriff's deputy that he barely beat
Okay,
up.
that-
I don't know. It
that's
didn't
it?
list his name. It said this was back in, I don't know.
Is anybody else
That guy
any
may have
taller?
went on in.
Greg.
Well, you don't know.
Did you
I mean,
know
real
that
tall people,
when
they
you
have
go
a
to
hard
Google,
time.
you can ask the questions, why can't I stop growing? Huh? People like ask that. What if you have to type in, why can't I stop growing? That means you're pretty big.
By the way, it was heart disease that got him.
Oh, man. Well, you think about what that heart's having to push. Say,
How about this? I found another headline.
What
know
you
I'm
got?
looking at? World's fastest roller coaster in Japan suspends operations after
Greg.
4 reports of people breaking their backs or necks on the ride.
what?
They
What
took
is this?
4 of them before they shut
Just
it
class
down.
action park.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, goodness
I love
gracious.
class action part. I want to work there.
So it's jarring them it's so much that they're breaking their back and their neck.
necks.
And
Yeah,
their neck.
4 people.
Slinging that head around.
How about that? It calls it a super death speed of 112 miles per hour. Wow.
Good night in Japan.
That shut her down.
So I've started the ride and I'm excited. I end the ride. I got a broke neck and back.
Yeah. How about that? Good night.
Wow. Yeah, that'll shut it down. You know, the first one's okay. Second one, oh boy. Fourth one, we shut
Now,
it
here's
down.
a weird thing. A woman in her 30s who was injured on the ride told the newspaper she might have been leaning forward during the ride, despite the coaster requiring the riders to lean back in their seats. Now, look, if you've got a ride that it's up to me on how I sit, on whether I'm going to get hurt or not,
Yeah.
maybe you shouldn't have that ride.
Right.
Because, I mean, what if I just happen to, like, scratch my neck and lean forward? And I'll say, no.
Yeah. Oh, well, what if the momentum takes you forward
Yeah.
and you can't sit
If
back?
you can lean forward in it, just something that simple, and it causes injury, we might need to look at it.
All right, so we have an 8-footer living today, and this is the tallest living man, Sultan Kozan, from Turkey. He's 8 foot.
They're all foreigners. Have you ever noticed that? Do we have any homegrown giant people?
Well, you had one in the
We
U.S.
had Mark Eaton. He got
That
hit.
guy wasn't. He died in the U.S., but he was Ukrainian.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's till top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Go to rickandbubba.com, spell out "and" there, for all the information about the show. You got all the social links there on the homepage. You can follow the show, the individuals with the show as well. You also got the store, upcoming events, all there at rickandbubba.com. As we roll on back, there's a lot of stories out today, and I'll just be honest with you, we're purposely avoiding the major headlines of the day because we're so worn out by it. And we skimmed through it, but I think all of you kind of have an idea of what we're talking about. And plus, the main show will break a lot of that down coming up here with the Rick and Bubba show after top of the hour when all of the affiliates join us. But thank you for listening or tuning in to the kickoff hour here with the Good Time Gang. A number of things we just discussed. The tallest man living in the U.S. just passed away at 38. Greg brought us that story. And we've had a Japanese roller coaster be shut down after 4 people broke their back or neck in the roller coaster. So that's what you were looking at on your laptop.
So we got the tallest man in the world.
Yeah.
The tallest man in the U.S. died.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Yeah.
And the tallest man in the world, we found him. He's 8 foot.
He's
8 foot 2 inches.
Then we found the smallest man in the world.
All right, so
yes, we've talked about that guy.
We've talked about
we had a video
Chandra.
one time of it.
Yeah.
Chandra, I don't know how you
still
say
with
his
us.
name. He's not, by the way.
Oh, he went
He
on
passed
there?
away.
Okay. Well, then I guess he's not
is
the
it-
shortest
Is
man.
it Dongi or Dangy?
I was
Sandra
going-
Dongi.
Let's go with Dangy.
Dangy? Okay.
Yeah.
So he was
Makes
1
me feel
foot,
better to say that.
1 foot, 9.5 inches. What's amazing is he actually got a picture with the 8 foot 2 inch guy. And so that's pretty cool to see
used
them
to-
two side by side.
Wow.
I used to have some measuring tape
Now,
around here.
Currently,
Yeah, we did.
the
Where is
shortest man alive is 2 foot 4 inches.
Where is
2 foot.
2 foot 4 inches is the shortest man. Hernandez is his last name. So, Greg, look at him next to his
see.
pet dog.
His dog's a head taller than him.
Good night alive? Looks like a toddler.
So, yeah. Edward Hernandez of Colombia is now
So he's taking over the title.
the shortest man living at 2 foot 4 inches.
Wow.
So, and then the tallest man living is from Turkey, 8 foot 2 inches.
I told you, foreigners.
Greg,
And the shortest and tallest, we never come in first in America.
no.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah, everybody knows.
Huh? Everybody knows that. So yesterday was, and I didn't even really mean for it to happen, but I kind of got in trouble.
Yeah.
Yesterday,
With who?
I tried to cut the yard,
Oh,
and the yard, the people that come and spray the yard for weeds and stuff, the company, they had called me the day prior to that and said, hey, Mr. Wilburn, we're going to come by, whatever. They always come by late afternoon. That's kind of the schedule, the routine.
yeah.
And I'm out there and I'm hustling because I'm like, man, I'm gonna beat them. I'm gonna get a fresh, because I needed to cut it, and I knew that once they sprayed, I probably needed to wait,
Let it settle.
a day or two,
Sure.
and all that. So I don't want to cut it, and it's just getting tall and stuff. I was like, man, I'm gonna mow this down, clean up a little bit. Then when he comes and
I'm all about
sprays,
it.
we'll be good to go. About 3/4 of the way through, he pulls up,
Uh-uh.
and I'm mowing. I went, golly.
So what'd he say?
He pulls up. He went, I can come back tomorrow. And I said, man, this is on me. I said, I only got a couple of rows, and I did. I said, I'll get out of your way. You spray, and
He
then I'll
did
just figure it
not
out.
want to have to come back.
And I don't know. This is what I don't know because he's such a nice guy. I don't know if he was just saying this or he meant it. He said, you know what? This is really, really helping me out. And I said, really? He goes, I am so far behind right now. I got tied up, and I could hit you first tomorrow morning, and this could really help me catch up. So do you think?
I think that's probably
Do you
the
think
case.
he was straight up, or do
Yeah,
you
I
think
think-
I was a bip to him?
Because
Because
if
I
he
don't
was a
like
bip-
being a bip. It was socially awkward because there I am out there running lawnmower sweating, and he's pulling up to
He's
do
like,
the yard.
I tried to tell you.
Yeah,
I think
but he was a lot earlier than he normally
Yeah,
is.
well, I think most people in the service industry of any kind right now are running ragged, and
Yeah.
because there's not
There's
any
not a
help.
lot of 'em.
There's not
Right.
a lot of help,
Right.
and so he's probably being genuine. You probably did help him by doing that.
You think?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm going with.
I was worried about that. You sat with me the rest of the afternoon. I'm like,
Yeah.
so I hope I didn't mess the guy up. But
No.
he claimed man, this is
Oh,
really
you helped
helping
him
me.
out.
Well, I know this one here don't believe me when I say that he said that, but he really did. He was like, hey, man, this is really helping me.
Man, it's certain like
Made me feel a little bit better, but
So, and we're all doing it now,
Yeah.
but this whole ordering online
Yeah.
and go pick up your groceries. And so we had a weird deal. Amanda placed an order, they're talking about service people, and just they don't have anybody helping them.
no.
I know.
I felt bad for this guy yesterday, and I had to wait a very long time, and I couldn't say anything because I'm like, you're the only guy here.
That's it.
Amanda picked a time. You know how you go in and pick a time?
Oh, yeah.
We picked Sunday at 5 o'clock. I want you to think about this. Sunday at 5 o'clock. Every hour, our order kept getting bumped. It was like 10 o'clock. They said, hey, we'll just have to do this tomorrow.
Wow.
And we were getting a little frustrated, like, okay, now we've placed an order to this place, but kids have got to have food and lunches and stuff for tomorrow at
I
school.
guess you could've
So,
just went and got it.
well, that's what Amanda did. Because hubby was down in Tuscumbia speaking, so she didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
But then yesterday, same thing. Delay. I'm getting emails during the show. Hey, it's been pushed to 10. Hey, it's been pushed to 11. And I'm like, well, finally, shortly after I was finished here, I got a text or an email that said, your order's ready.
Okay.
So I think, okay, good. So I'm gonna knock that out. Amanda's working. She don't have to deal with that. I get there. I sit in my car for 45 minutes.
No.
Serious?
And yes, and here's the thing. The reason I didn't get frustrated was because I had me a good podcast in my ears, number one. Number two, didn't have anywhere to be at that point in time, and I was catching up on some things. Number three, I kept watching this one guy handle like 10 to 12 cars. It was just him. And I'm thinking, I even asked him when he came out, I said, look, no, I'm going to be honest with you, normally I'd be very frustrated, but you're getting after it. Like, are you the only one here? And he's like, yeah. He's like, we can't get anybody to work.
Good night.
And so I think this is going on everywhere.
Well, I know
They're going
JC.
to start not having that service.
Well,
Yeah.
you're right.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
you're going to have to get some people back there,
Yeah.
or people are going to stop using it.
Yeah. JC came over and we had lunch, what was it, last week, I guess? And he had made an attempt to just not really complain, but be like, man, what's taking so long? I really would like my French toast, which I thought was a great order by him. I was like that. I like that. And I stopped him and I said, you see this one young lady? I said, watch her. She was she was welcoming everyone in. She was the hostess. She was checking everybody out. She was servicing all the tables and going to the kitchen too. Wow. And I said, let's give her a minute. She's
told her
working
she could
hard.
step it
And
up
she
a
had a
little
great attitude about life too. She just came by and was just bubbly and everything. So I'm like, you know what, you're right. But you're not used to that, so you don't pay attention to it. But you're like, yeah, she's doing it all. And normally this would be 3 different people. So
I've noticed too, several of the fast food restaurants, even one around here, has gone back to drive-through only.
Yeah.
And so
Ain't
you're getting a
nobody
lot.
to work.
Yeah, you're getting all that, and it's twofold. It's
Yeah, it's
that,
that
and,
and
it's
the variant.
the variant that's kicked up. So
But I did see where a Chick-fil-A was saying they shut theirs down because no people.
this one right here did. Yeah.
So next time somebody's working, thank them.
Yeah.
I
Absolutely.
appreciate you working, man.
Yeah.
Good night. Can't even get anybody to work. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Kickoff hour is rolling. We're just sitting around, hanging out with you. You can always feel free to join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. There'll be unscreened phone calls, but you help produce this hour. So if you want to weigh in on some of the topics that we have hit, please do so. If not, we'll get you to the top of the hour, and then Rick and Bubba will take over for the main show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
11 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour is brought to you by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You know, we were just talking about people working, weren't we, Greg? And LinkedIn.com can help you find that candidate that you need to help your small business continue to grow. And maybe you're going, it's hard to find good employees. Well, they can help you find good employees to make a good business. That's why LinkedIn Jobs has made it easier to find and hire your best candidates. And as a listener and viewer of this show, it's free. Just go to LinkedIn Jobs. They'll help you hire that right person for your role. And you have nothing to lose and everything to gain as your first job post is free. So let them help you. What are you waiting for? Go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba and post your first job for free as a listener and viewer of this show, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Again, I love that word, free. It is free, so check it out. But we were just talking about how hard it is to find people to work and stuff like that, so let that be an option for you. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. They will help you find the right person for your business. All right, so as we roll back, this is the last segment here this hour, then Rick and Bubba join us. And for the main show, and then we'll get this puppy going. And speaking of puppies, do you see where Cuomo's getting some heat because he says he is leaving his dog behind? I
saw that
today.
What does that mean?
Listen,
What's he
you
mean?
mistreat an animal, and you are in trouble.
Yeah.
Apparently,
he's mistreated women and animals.
Animals.
Well, apparently it's a 3-year-old, and there was a report that he abandoned the dog at his mansion.
Just left
and
it
just
there?
going to leave it behind. Of course,
Well,
he responded.
thought she might want it.
Yeah, he responded late Monday following a report that he tried to give his dog, Captain, away in the final days. And it looks like
Captain, my Captain.
Cuomo has responded and say, some people can't get their facts straight. Yes, I was monitoring the storm downstate for a few days, but Captain and I are a man and his dog, he says. He is a part of our family, and that's the way it's going to be.
Captain,
so I guess maybe they were saying, hey, he's leaving the dog behind or something, but he was like, it was for a short period of time.
Hey, Captain's back with us.
Someone offered to watch him for a few days while the transition was ongoing, but for that to be weaponized and more from a, hey, I've, working for the storm coverage because you had the hurricane or the tropical storm come in, to all of a sudden I'm leaving the dog behind. That's just a stretch. So, the big story,
to be honest, who would care?
The big story yesterday was, well, let me tell you what kind of guy this is.
He leave. He gropes women and leaves his dog out.
Yeah, that's what kind of man we're looking at. He leaves his dog behind, but he officially, I guess Monday was his last day. Yesterday,
I'll be honest. I'm not a fan of our dog, but I probably wouldn't leave it behind.
No.
Yeah, but I mean, if he did,
yeah,
somebody got it.
It looks like a nice looking dog.
It does. I kind of thought
I'd like to have
Captain.
I kind of want Captain.
Hey, Cap, go on in here.
I think it's the last I saw. I think it was a husky mix.
Yeah, some weird mix, but it's a poor old Captain. All he thought he was going to be there the full term. He didn't know he was going to get ousted.
Yeah.
If you picked up a puppy today, what would it be? Its name?
What his name?
Now, are y'all these people that need to look at the dog
Bonzo.
and kind of be around the dog before you name it?
Bonzo.
Kinda.
Bonzo. So I'm that way. So I kind of I need a day or so to get to see kind of what personality, what it looks like.
Well, I'm gonna tell you,
may not look like a Bonzo, Greg.
Yeah, he may not, but I would try that on first.
Okay.
Then maybe take it off. Go Rip.
I like Rip.
Yeah. So I did not like the name Leo. And that was our latest dog. The breeder said, "Hey, we named it Leo."
But you don't have to go by that.
Well, you don't. And I told the family that, and we were like, "Okay, we don't have to do that." But then it started growing on us a little bit, and now I kind of like Leo. But that's our latest dog. We got Jack and Leo. Jack and Leo.
Do you know what the top 10 most popular dog names for 2021?
What you got?
Charlie.
Charlie. Okay.
Lucy.
Them
Max.
sound like dogs. I had a dog named Max.
Charlie and Lucy doesn't sound like dogs.
Not really.
I've known people to have tons of dogs named Lucy and Charlie.
That sounds like a dog you would name Lucy.
I think we had a Lucy at one time.
Yeah.
A hunting dog.
Mm-hmm.
Couple more. Daisy.
Mm-hmm.
Bailey. My mom's dog's named Bailey.
That's pretty human.
Cooper, which we used to have a dog named Cooper. You know, I wanted to name my first boy Cooper.
None of those sound like dog names.
And we named the dog Cooper, so I couldn't name Braden Cooper.
Well, I guess not. Yeah.
Molly.
Because then they both come.
Molly's common dog name.
Yeah.
Lola.
Nah.
Where you at on Lola?
Not big on it.
Yeah. That's it.
All right. So Cuomo's dog was
Trixie.
named Captain, and isn't one of Biden's names a dog's named Major?
I think it is. That's the one that bit everybody.
I think so.
You know, Biden's got one that keeps biting everybody.
Right.
It bit him, but he didn't know it. But anyway.
I left two off, Bella and Luna.
Yeah, Bella's a good one.
So you got Chloe and Mr. Buddy.
Yeah.
All
Mr.
right,
Buddy
and,
James is his
and
full
yours
name.
is
Lexi. Named after Lexi Thompson that played golf.
And he's not my dog, but he comes
plays golf.
He comes to visit. That's Marty.
Marty. Yeah. Now Marty is funny because he's bigger than Mr. Buddy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. He's bigger than him, and he brings handles.
Yeah. They're good pals. They hang out. They run in. Marty only comes in the middle of the night mostly. And when I leave in the mornings, he's out there, and they run beside me as I drive down the driveway. It's pretty funny. Every morning.
What time of night you think because the moon was out bright?
Listen,
last
he
night. He didn't have a problem getting
I'll
around.
go shut everything down, and it'd be after 8 o'clock, and he's not there. And then I get up the next morning, there he is.
He just travels on over.
Yeah, he lives behind me. They're just friends. They hang out. Then he'll go home. Then he'll come back. It's no problem. But he needed a friend.
Yeah.
So he was beating up everything that came in the yard, being real, territorial.
Mm-hmm.
And then him and Marty, I think they fought a little bit, but now they're friends.
Mm-hmm.
So
they're my friends.
they're friends.
They're friends. And then Adler's got Kevin and Franklin.
Yeah, and he loves Franklin. The
He
best.
loves Franklin to death.
You want to take a gander at what the most popular dog breed is of 2021?
Let me get it's one of them, some kind of crossbreed.
It's not, by the way.
It ain't one of them crossbreeds.
I
thought it would be too.
I'm gonna say, let's just go something easy.
English Bulldog.
I'm gonna say poodle.
No, a French Bulldog is number 7. Poodle is not on the list.
Lab.
Labrador Retriever is number
French
1.
Bulldog.
And Golden Retriever number 2. Golden Doodle is 3.
Okay.
German Shepherd 4. Labradoodle 5.
I'm tired of these doodles.
Seen a lot of them. A lot of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chihuahua 8. I skipped over 6
Chloe.
because me and my speaking here, evidently, y'all know what I'm going with. The one that starts with SHI.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to take a chance.
We'll just
there.
go Shazoo.
There you go.
And,
Well, I
and
think
leave
that's
something
actually
out.
how it's called, isn't it? Isn't it what it's called?
Oh,
There's
no,
not a T in
I'm
it.
Well, I know.
But people always say that. They
told
always
you.
call it that.
Greg can't wait to say it.
Yorkshire Terrier. Always all like
Oh,
that.
my
dog.
grandmother,
Okay.
and she loved those. She had one.
And then
forever.
We had a little silky terrier when I was growing up.
What is it?
A little silky terrier. It's
Similar.
I don't
Similar.
know, just a little one.
and then the
I think y'all
Cavalier
made that name up.
Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
Yeah,
number 10.
Rick's got one of those.
Is that what? Is that?
I think
well,
so.
okay, I didn't know
think
that.
so.
What was it you said again?
Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
I think that is it. Yeah.
I want one of them Spud McKenzie dogs.
You do?
Yeah,
Really?
he's weird looking.
Yeah.
Those were some great
Yes, he
commercials
is.
back in the day.
Yeah.
I'd name him Spuds too. By the way.
All right, so
How many people did?
Oh, you
How
know
many
it's
people got
popular.
not even that type of dog?
Yeah.
They
I know
named their
Spuds.
So Chloe Chihuahua
Yeah,
and Buddy.
he's got a little red healer in him.
He does.
Yeah,
All right.
he's a mix, but he's got a little healer in him.
Lexi,
Morkie,
Morkie.
which is a Maltese and a Yorkie.
So here we go.
and I have 2 miniature Australian shepherds that aren't minis at all. They're full size. The breeder just absolutely.
Well, see, Chloe's supposed to be little.
Yeah.
I mean, for a Chihuahua, she's not little. Mm-hmm. She's supposed to weigh like 3 or 4 pounds. She weighs like 13.
Yeah. The breeder had this one totally wrong. And we just basically bought 2 full size Australian shepherds is what we did. and they're great dogs, but they shed a lot, so you
Yeah,
have to
well.
keep them. A lot of. But these labradoodles and all that. That's one
That's
of their
the deal.
pluses is they don't shed, right? So
Yeah.
they're they can
Because
help
poodles,
you. Yeah.
the poodle in there.
Yeah. I had one of my best friends had a poodle growing up.
Little poodle or them big ones?
This little one.
You ever seen them
And
big ones?
they painted her nails.
Oh yeah,
Oh
Yeah.
goodness!
my aunt had one.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember? Have you ever seen them big poodles? Big long-legged poodles.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah, they're out there. They're big.
I've seen them.
Yeah. I know Adler has done this, but have you ever taken your dogs to like a dog park and let them
No,
play?
I haven't. No. My yard is as close they're going to get to a dog park.
Well, I always see that happening, and I'm like, those dogs get along so well. Mine would be like, not very friendly.
I couldn't carry Buddy to one.
Yeah,
you
I
forget that.
I guess you have to start young so they
know what's going on.
No, he wouldn't like it at all.
You'd be in a handle. And hey, him with Marty, you better watch out.
Marty's a little laid back.
Yeah, but together.
Together, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome and thank you for being with us on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Waking on that blubber.
This hour, we've been doing this since the attack on 9/11, which we are approaching a big anniversary of that. We start this hour with the national anthem. Eight and a half minutes past the hour, another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, another day. Will of Meat is in play as we move through another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. The kickoff hour has already taken place with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. So they've hung out, kind of got you started. Bubba and I will join them now as we all move forward. There he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess?
Yeah! Let's go! You gonna like the hook too? Yeah! Hey! My people got no worries.
brought me into work today.
Wow.
with it.
That was a go-getter
I
there.
told you that'll go on your hot
Who,
list.
who sings that?
That's Crowder.
No, the same one does the
Crowder.
TV show.
Louder with Crowder.
Hey, look, let me tell you,
That was louder.
if you don't have that Milk and Honey new CD from Crowder, you missing it.
Bringing it.
There's too many people named Crowder right now. We need a Crowder. We need a Crowder redefinition.
Hey, we lions, not cowards.
Yeah, that's good.
Huh? Well, that's good.
That'll fire you up.
Yeah, if it doesn't, then fine, something wrong with you. I cranked that in the truck coming in. I said, I'll tell you what, I may come out a little too hot today. I may not make it to the end. I better pace myself.
That'll fire you up your woods wet.
That's right. There's 2 or 3 moments I wasn't thinking about Afghanistan or COVID. All right, so we do have things. We do have.
Are those things in the headlines?
No,
today?
not today. We're gonna cut up in here today and see what we got. And you know, there's I need to ask you a question. It's a medical question. It has nothing to do with the pandemic. Are we in dog days?
Yes, we are.
All right, good. Because, you know, I've cut my leg up pretty bad. Not bad, but just bad enough that stings.
Find you a good, healthy beagle to lick it.
That's what I was going to ask you. So now I've gotten to the point. In the beginning, you
It
know,
won't heal up?
On the beginning, well, no, I had Band-Aid on it to try to, you know, get it settled. Right. Now it's time for open air.
Yeah.
For the finish. Yeah. And I thought about when I went out to feed Buddy today. Now he's not a beagle. I thought to myself, wait a minute, it's August. I need to let him lick it.
Yeah, he's a little sickly though. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, if he's out there.
Oh, he's on more medications than you know.
I got one now that that's named Lovey, and it's because it will give you the love all the time.
Yeah. Sure.
That thing has to have saliva glands big as its little
right.
body. You know, the amount of licking that dog does.
That's the way Lexi is. She's like that.
She licks rocks, floor, wall, anything. Just constantly licks. And I'm like, well, that dog right there will come in handy for somebody that's got a cut leg.
I've seen that dog. Much like my dog, it looks more like a stuffed animal than an actual animal.
Well, it looks like a Wookiee.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
would a
you
dog
went
like
to
that do any good?
If you went to a Wookiee nursery, this is what you would find in a crib.
When you and I were being raised in dog days, it seemed to be strictly hunting dogs, and like as you said, preferably a beagle.
Well, beagles are just such all around. Look, right there's one. You know,
That's so funny.
They're just all around winners. You know, I mean,
But to answer
they got a mouth on them. That's the if you live in a neighborhood, that's the downside.
Oh boy! But now to answer my question, yes, Rick. Yes, Rick. We're in dog days. Go find a beagle and let him have that abrasion. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I was taught growing up.
Yeah.
And you know, that's I don't know the medical part behind that, but I know this time of year it's hard to get sores well.
Yeah.
Even if you're healthy.
Well, you know, I did the deal where
your legs all cut up from all summer, you know. Bug
I
bites
got
and all
them
that
everywhere.
stuff.
Matter of fact, I had to pull a speedy yesterday. I went to the dermatologist yesterday.
Oh, I thought you had to use the restroom while driving. I didn't know what you
No.
One of the two.
You know, I don't know, and I've never really
I have a picture of
studied
Speedy
this.
at the dermatologist.
Yeah, I've never really studied this, Rick. If house dogs have the same
That's my question.
immunity in their mouth and their saliva as yard dogs, because you know the yard dogs are out there and all kind of stuff.
Now,
so I don't, you know, I don't know if eating crunchies has built it up. You know what I mean?
You're
That's,
right. Well, and plus I've seen Buddy do some things in the backyard.
right. Well, all of them are going to do
Yeah,
that.
and I'm thinking that's supposed to help my cut.
If you listen,
But I guess there's enough bacteria in there. If he can eat that, he can clean my cut up.
Yeah, if you can eat something that's been dead in the middle of the road for 3 days and it not bother you, you know, your saliva's pretty good.
I tell you what gets me about dogs, and those of you that are maybe new to the dog thing, you're trying to keep
Greg,
your
how are you on dog days?
I don't want a dog licking me.
really.
Not
None?
a wound. I'm not.
Mr.
doing that.
Buddy, he licks you all the time.
Have you ever seen a dog eat his own dung?
Yes,
And you wanna
but that
lick
means
him?
their bacteria is so good that didn't even make
Well,
them
I'm not
sick.
saying Mr. Buddy does that because he doesn't. He's got more sense than that.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you who will.
But man, I just ain't into a dog licking a wound. I'm just not.
Well, let's go back to this.
I don't know the medical community approves of
No,
that, but
they
let's
don't,
be
but-
honest. The medical community is a little all over the road.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
The medical community right now looks more confused than the last LGBTQ parade I
Didn't
saw.
we do a story like last year of a guy whose dog licked his leg on his wound and he lost his leg?
No, that
Didn't
did
we do a
happen.
story
Yeah.
on that?
I don't know if that's true.
And
or
you
not, but it
people that
seems
let
like
your
It wasn't
dog-
dog days though. I guess.
the people that let the dogs
gotta-
tear up their mouth, I don't get
No,
those
yeah,
people.
No, I don't. I don't get.
Greg,
it.
it's
Don't-
like,
don't-
it's like eating oysters in the right month. You got to do it at the right
Yeah.
time.
I guess you're right.
But what's getting me, because, you know, we've tried to have a hybrid. This is not a true house dog, but it's a dog that's allowed in the house sometimes. But I told Sherry, in your attempt to keep a dog clean, I said, this is an animal that if there's a dead carcass in our yard right now, he's going to go roll in it.
Yeah, what is it about them rolling?
They want to
stinking
get it all over.
They do.
They love it. And every dog do that.
They'll if it's something laying there, dogs.
Oh,
They'll
if they can find something nasty, they're rolling.
I don't know what that
They're nasty little things. Now, look, they're loyal and they're, but it's. And I'll tell you why, Rick. They're animals.
If
buddy.
you want some fun reading, just Google, should you let your dog lick an open wound?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us as the Rick and Bubba Show continues. Will of Meat is back. Could happen at any time on the program today, so be paying attention for that. Thanks to all of you that went out. It was funny. I got a picture last night. We had a charity charge yesterday, and a guy saying, hey, look, just suffering for the good of Lifeline Children's Services. And he just had a table full of Buffalo Wild Wings. I just sent back, you're a martyr. That may be one of the easiest ways to raise money for great ministries and causes that we've ever seen. All right, so do y'all want to talk Afghanistan any? We have videos galore here.
Rick, can I tell you one thing about dog days? Because I just looked
can't
this
get
up,
off
and
of it, y'all.
it's funny. It's funny stuff.
What if you could get Britney Spears and Dog Days in the same story?
Oh, yeah, there's a story on her, too.
Can we have maybe a hunting dog, see if he can cure her? I mean, it's a,
Yeah.
By the way, we didn't even do the update to Bubba's credit. She had the law call to her.
Yeah.
That's a shocker.
Her dad saying, if y'all knew everything that was going on here,
So,
you know what? He may be right.
You know what he's saying is, I know things y'all don't.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even question me if you did.
This thing about dogs licking, Rick, goes back to the ancient Egyptians and Greeks. Can you believe it? It goes back that far.
And
see, I thought it was just my uncles.
Yeah, that's so true.
That's all.
All right,
That was it.
Bubba,
I just thought that was funny. It went back to ancient Egypt.
Look, it's
I
on
thought
me.
they just had them big weird cats in Egypt.
Now, look, the Egyptians and the Greeks, they were way ahead of their time on a lot of things.
The Egyptians did a lot of things we don't fully understand what was going on.
Including an anything goes attitude. All right, so
Hey, they'd build them a building, though, wouldn't it?
would they?
Oh.
All right, so on
hey,
that,
here's some rocks. Who can move it?
all right, I think I want to. I'm trying to get myself psyched up for Afghanistan talk, but I think I would prefer just because I'm trying to. Greg is saying this. You know, one of these cultural things, and I know this is one of these things that makes us look old, and because we are getting older, and I actually
Speak for yourself.
some of it I'm very thankful for because there's some wisdom that comes with getting older. I wish I'd have had when I was younger, but as Dad told us, though, sometimes you just haven't lived long enough to know things, or everything goes back to this with our dad, or be able to take him.
Yeah.
But anyway, so this Kanye West thing.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
This Kanye West thing. I don't.
I think he's a genius.
Well, it's one of the things that we were talking about, and I do think this is not the best example because I think Kanye West is talented. Okay, I mean it's obvious in certain things, but there's this podcast thing that we've been listening to, the rise and fall of Mars Hill, and I know a lot of people have. Well, they just took a whole section this last time and just talked about somebody else, and what they're really talking about is this celebrity. How does celebrity work in the kingdom of God? It's the kingdom of God is not supposed to be like the world, but yet even because of our human problems, we still pull off celebrity even within the church, and it talks about how dangerous that can be, and so but they were talking about the thing that we've always been. Everyone of us, you've heard it said 1,000 times. What are the Kardashians famous for? Why are they famous? And so they were talking about an interview with Kim Kardashian, and they said undoubtedly she had an ability. Now, he said I know that she's beautiful and all that. He said, but there's a lot of people that are beautiful and all that. There's a lot of people that have this. That could be, if you're someone just looking for something to look at for your jollies, we got those everywhere. Yeah. Why did she take her ability to do that and move ahead of all the other people who may have the same attributes that she has, as far as her physical beauty and attractiveness and all that? Not everybody does that. Not everybody pulls that off. And so they were saying that they were talking to her in this one video, and they basically were trying to say, why are you famous? What is your talent? That was the thing that was asked. And they said her only response was, well, look, you can take a bear and train it to stand on a big giant ball and juggle, and that bear is talented, but he's not famous.
Yeah, it's all about making a.
She said, "I'm not trying to be talented. I'm trying to be famous."
Well, there you go.
So she basically admitted, "I don't really have talent."
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean I don't have the. My talent is the ability to be famous.
Yeah.
Did you see her on Celebrity Family Feud?
I did not. I bet it was dandy.
Yeah.
I bet she didn't post that.
Well, there's a lot of reasons that it's a picture thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Kanye West this thing with his listening parties, and look, and that's one of the things we put over in The Danger of the Kardashians. They seem to have made Kanye West even weirder.
Yeah.
And
that's a long
we
list.
didn't even think that was possible. So he see if I'm right. At one time, he bought out and lived in the Mercedes-Benz Dome in Atlanta.
Right.
Yes.
And
lived
then,
in a
and then
closet.
periodically he would walk out, and you could buy a ticket $20 to $40,
$20 to $50.
$20 to $50 to go in an arena.
And people did.
Yeah.
And sit there
thousands
and
did.
watch Kanye listen to his new album.
Yes.
Do I have that right?
Correct.
And then I think one
he
time
didn't
even
perform. He just listened.
Correct. Listening.
Yeah.
one time even acted like he was sleeping.
Yeah, I mean, he laid in the bed out there.
I saw him get on the covers there at one time.
You watch him. You watch him.
Mattress on the floor.
You watch him listen to his album to see how he thinks it sounds in earbuds. And do they let you hear it through the PA?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's a listening party, Rick.
Okay. And Kanye's listening with you. And
Now, do you get a copy of it when you leave? Or?
And
Oh,
look, don't
that's a good
forget they
question.
had this white tarp that had everything covered.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
But Greg just said he has an update that the listening parties continue, and now he's focused.
Soldier Field.
He's focused on Soldier Field, where he will build his childhood home in the middle of
A
it.
replica on the 50-yard line of his childhood
I don't
home
even know what to do with
for
this.
his next event.
Now,
I'm
this
getting-
is
I'm
not
getting
where
to
the
the point where I
Bears
don't have a
play
res-
now, right?
Yes.
Or is it veterans? Maybe it's the one.
It's
in
the one they
Philadelphia.
used to-
Well, no,
They're
no,
in
it's the one.
Soldier.
Or is it the one in Philadelphia?
They're in Soldier.
Soldier.
Yeah, it says
They are
Chicago
Soldier.
Soldier
Okay.
Stadium.
So, all right, yeah.
But
Well, they just renovated the old one. Is all they did. They never built a new one.
So he's going
They
to
just
build this
renovated.
before football season starts. He's going to be out sitting
can
out
I
I guess
tell
he's
y'all-
just having his little event. Rick,
I
and he'll
think
put
I'm
it
more
right.
impressed that he's able to negotiate with these stadiums to just take them over.
It's called big cash.
I mean,
No,
Yeah.
I'm more impressed. That is good.
Yeah, that's
I'll give
very
you that.
impressive.
But I'm really more
he's got
impressed.
those Donya bills.
Yeah, that's funny. I'm really more impressed that he can do these things and convince his fans to come. And there's somebody
And
right
watch
now.
him listen.
Somebody says right now when that ticket goes on sale, I can't get it quick enough to go to Soldier Stadium and sit and look at Kanye listen to his album in a replica of his childhood home in the middle of the field.
It's amazing.
At one point, you got this. You're in Atlanta. He walks out and
Rick, he's got a stocking on his
and
face.
Eddie Murphy's old outfit.
Yeah.
And he's
That's
put a-
from his clothing line.
I know,
Rick.
great, but he's put a stocking over.
I know he
and
has.
stands there in the arena.
Look
with
at
a-
all the people
with a stocking on his
Look
head.
at the Rick. I think that he's in the back laughing, going, "Watch this."
Well, that was my next
Y'all
question.
ain't gonna believe this.
That was my next question.
People gonna buy tickets to this.
Is he serious, or is this one of those things that he goes in and says, "You won't believe what I'll get people to come to next"?
I think he's just making a point. How, like you're talking about how celebrity he is. People,
Yeah.
I mean,
I
I can do
think-
something this ridiculous.
I think he's got that Kardashian virus. He's crazy.
Man,
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
still getting
5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so as we make our way back, I do want to point you to a new sponsor on the show, and a lot of you are responding to it. We use them. We love it. Allform.com/Bubba. Allform.com/Bubba. And we've got some of this furniture. I just saw it Saturday down at the farm. Love our chair down there and some other things we're looking at. This is made in America, handmade in America furniture, including armchairs, sofas, sectionals, love seats, all at affordable prices. All customizable, ships right to the door from the factory in beautiful North Carolina. You pick the fabric, color, the leg types, plus sofa sizes and shapes to make sure it's perfect for you and your home, or maybe you're ordering it for your office, whatever it may be. If you have kids or even pets, you're going to love it because all the fabrics they use are spill, stain, and scratch resistant, so they really do have something for everybody. A variety of armchairs and love seats all the way up to the 8-seat sectional sofa if you want that. But you're not locked into anything. You can start small, buy more pieces in the future if you want to. You know, if you go to the old-fashioned department store, even a furniture store, you're going to waste thousands of dollars sometimes on cheap furniture made with cheap materials, a lot of times made overseas, and it will likely take weeks or longer for it to arrive. Trust me on that one. So allform.com/Bubba furniture arrives fast. Shipping is always free. You can have your new chair or sofa in 3 to 4 days, customized exactly the way that you want. And you won't need any screwdriver or a lot of tools or anything to set it up. All the setup tools are there, and they're free. If you're worried that you won't like it, that's not a problem either. How about a 100-day free trial and returns and full refunds if you're not happy with it? So make the move now. Go to allform.com/Bubba because we're going to get you 20% off anything that you buy. And you'll also get a forever warranty. That's how confident they are in the quality of this furniture. Allform.com/Bubba, or you can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, we did find out yesterday that the Taliban, they do not have a sense of humor. The Taliban not known for their sense of humor. It's kind of like the other day when our sitting administration decided that they were going to tell the Taliban that they want to extend beyond August 31 in case we can't get everybody out now. Now, we're going to find out in a minute that Psaki says we don't even have anybody there.
Right.
But anyway, so
what about all those people calling in to various news shows going, "I'm hiding out, please send somebody"? I don't know if you've seen those. That's exciting.
But anyway, so the Taliban, I didn't even know that there was an Afghan TikTok comedian. I had no idea.
Oh, Rick, he's a TikTok sensation.
Well,
His name is Nazar Muhammad. Nazar Muhammad, and apparently the Taliban was not amused with some of his comedy, and they hunted him down, drug him out of his house, handcuffed him. You see him here being carried away. He's still telling jokes, by the way.
Right, and the Taliban slapping him.
Yeah, the one guy doesn't really care for that joke.
Yeah.
And they carried him off and shot him.
Yep. So not a lot of sense of humor with the Taliban.
Rick,
Taliban-
so comedians and Taliban.
No, TikTok.
Taliban 2.0 looks a lot like Taliban 1.0.
Oh no,
And,
they're more loving now.
Yeah.
Rick, he really is famous, and you may have heard the bit about the 3 Taliban and 1 ISIS that walked into a bar. I don't know if you've heard that.
I have not heard that one. But that's look at it. See, by the way, they do not. See, he's making jokes right there, and they just slap him.
Okay, I want you to notice something though. Before the guy slaps him at the beginning, the guy on the other side is laughing at what he said. Look, he's smiling, holding a gun.
Yeah, because
see, look, he's laughing, and the guy's telling a joke. He's smiling. Now the guy here in the foreground with the phone doesn't think it's funny at all. He just slaps the crap out of it.
Is he tweeting because they can still tweet? Is that what he's doing on his phone before he slaps him?
Yeah, he's tweeting, but Donald Trump can't.
No.
He was letting the boss know that we're about to carry him out and re-educate him.
Yeah.
Can I tell you, if I'm making a
the
joke,
way of the
even
Taliban.
if my audience is laughing, but they're also getting their rifle ready, I'm having to pay attention to that while he's laughing at me, he's getting the weapons they're going to take me off and shoot me with.
Yeah.
If I go out and say I'm doing stand up and I walk out and everybody's laughing, but then they start handing them guns and they start taking it.
Right.
I just
This guy Rick was known as the Mickey Dean of Kandahar. I had to think about it for a minute.
All right. Hey, where is the squad? What is it? Talib and AOC and that crew. Did you see where they set a woman on fire because she had bad cooking? set
They
her on
set a
fire
woman
and
on fire?
executed her. Taliban did.
okay.
And
Yeah.
why aren't they outspoken about that?
Well,
I mean, why aren't they saying anything about it? Did you hear the reports where women are getting their teeth knocked out because they're going to present passports, the correct papers, and they're taking that from them, punching them, beating them up. You basically have to bribe your way in. If you don't have money, you have to go back and come back when you got something you can give us. Where are they on all the mistreatment of women and children in Afghanistan? Have you heard anything from them?
Well, if you'll listen to the far left, the progressives, the socialists, they are really, really quiet when it comes to radical Islam and the treatment of women. I don't know what it is. It's almost like they just can't even talk about it. I don't know why. Because they have to make sure that you think that America is the most evil place on earth for minorities and women. And, of course, we all know that's not true.
Rick, the MSNBC article that compared the conservatives and the Taliban is the same.
Yeah. Now, there's
on treatment of women.
No, there's a really, really, really big difference. And you know that, and this is just absurd to say anything that absurd.
Yeah.
Okay. So apparently, this country is nothing like the Taliban. Okay.
No,
on
it
its
isn't,
worst
Rick.
day.
It isn't.
And,
It's nothing.
And it's absurd to say things like that, and it makes people not have any desire to try to do something about evil people like them, because they think, oh, so I guess the women there pretty much have the same life as women here. No, they really don't. And as they said, which almost was a TikTok joke, the women will be treated the way they always are under Sharia law, so y'all don't worry.
Rick,
another woman here beaten, by the way, walking down the streets because she was not escorted by a man.
Well, that's part of the Sharia law rule.
Yeah. The women's
why you can't let
soccer
them win.
team from Afghanistan, Rick, the captain has communicated to her players and said that they are in fear of being turned into sex slaves and tortured. And she is telling the players to burn all of their gear and their jerseys and uniforms so they cannot be identified.
Yeah, that goes up there with that horrible scene we saw the other day. It looked like the girl was probably 12 to 14, and she's standing there screaming, "Taliban is coming." Yeah, because they don't do well in that setup. No. And the comedian apparently did either. I just saw they said they also, just for fun, his throat was slit as well. So they found him shot and his throat slit. So that's the end of the TikTok. That comedy routine is over.
Yep. How about no sense of humor?
You're right.
Rick, it's we also have a report this morning that the head of the CIA has met with the head of the Taliban to try to negotiate the safe passage to the airports, which tells me that we don't have it already.
Correct.
And to talk about extending the deadline, which the Taliban has said no thank you on, as you mentioned. So,
Yeah, the Taliban-
but we've had another meeting with them. And, I saw one of the former SEAL team commanders. He was on one of the talk shows, and they asked him what he would do. And he said he told them exactly how many troops they needed to drop into every airport in Afghanistan, take total control of it, more troops in, spread out, and said, we can secure this thing in 3 weeks if we want to.
Right.
And with the air support and get everybody out we need to. And in other words, reset it and evacuate the right way.
So Saki, you'll see in this video here, she says she doesn't know what everybody's upset about. There are no Americans stranded there.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Does the president have a sense that most of the criticism is not of leaving Afghanistan, it's the way that he has ordered it to happen by pulling the troops before getting these Americans who are now stranded? Does he have a sense of that?
First of all, I think it's irresponsible to say Americans are stranded. They are not. We are committed to bringing Americans who want to come home. We are in touch with them via phone, via text, via email, via any way that we can possibly reach Americans to get them home if they want to return home.
There are no Americans stranded is the White House's official position on what's happening in Afghanistan right now.
I'm just calling you out for saying that we are stranding Americans in Afghanistan when we have been very clear that we are not leaving Americans who want to return home. We are going to bring them home. And
Hold it. So she's saying there's no Americans stranded, but then she turns right around and says we're talking to them via phone, text, and everything.
Do you know what?
Does that make sense? Is it me?
Yeah.
Is it me?
Let me give you an example. Okay,
I may have been left behind. I may be out hashtagging.
Here's the perfect example. Okay, and you had this happen the other day. Okay, you get a text from me. Okay, and my truck has died on the side of the road in a rural area in Alabama. Just because I communicated with you and you said, okay, we'll try to help you, doesn't change that I'm stranded.
Right.
Okay,
That's right.
yeah,
I'm still stranded.
I'm still stranded.
Yeah.
Okay, so to say I'm not stranded, and yeah, they are. If you don't have them yet, and they can't get out, and you're trying to get them out until you get them out, and that's an if. If you can get them out until they're out, guess what they are? Stranded.
Yeah.
So yes, they are stranded.
So,
Yeah.
you know, I know the British and the French have convoys going outside the wire, they call it, around the airport, and they are gathering up people who need to come in that belong to them. And the U.S. was not, but are we doing that now? I heard one report that we're even sending out convoys now.
Yeah, well, we'll come back. We got more from the press secretary for the Department of Defense, Kirby, and you're going to hear him even be pressed by CBS. Why are y'all being vague? Are you being vague on purpose? Because we're trying to ask you how many Americans we've gotten out. You can't really.
They can't tell you how many's there. They can't tell you how many they've taken out.
Yeah, and we're going to see that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Your phone call's coming up shortly at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so Press Secretary Psaki told us that no Americans are stranded. So then, because she says they're not stranded because we're communicating with them. Well, you can be communicating with me, like I said, on the side of the road and be aware that I'm stranded, but that doesn't make me not stranded. Then we get some, the press secretary, John Kirby, this is for the Department of Defense. He tries to answer a question here, and it's so vague that CBS's David Martin comes back and says, "Are you being vague?" I'm a little confused, but here it is.
How many Americans have been evacuated? I think you gave 2,500 Americans. Has that number changed?
We think that overall we've been able to evacuate several thousand Americans, and I'd be reticent to get more specific than that. But since the 14th, we believe we have been able to evacuate several thousand Americans.
And then the next one, he's going to be asked whether he's being deliberately vague. Check his
John, were you being deliberately vague when you said the number of Americans was several thousand, or was it because you're not sure of the number? If you need to check the number, I mean, that's the most important number here, the number of Americans. So if it's just a matter of checking the number, can you do that and give it to us? Or if you're being deliberately vague, tell me why you're being deliberately vague.
I think I'm just going to leave it at several thousand right now, Dave.
Well, then tell us why.
Because I think the number is very fluid, and it literally changes nearly by the hour.
It's not more fluid than these 11,000, 37,000.
I'm going to leave it several thousand right now.
Yeah. You know, they're quick to tell you.
Rest a little bit by CBS.
Well, Rick, I think even these people who are left-wing liberal reporters who absolutely hated Trump, hated Bush, all of that, they're even going, we're looking like stooges here, guys. I think they have even got to a point where they go, I can't take this anymore. This is ridiculous. I mean, it's just, if you're being vague for security reasons, that's fine. Say it.
Yeah, just say, we're doing
Or if you just don't know. If in the chaos, say it.
Do you wonder why he didn't? Because you saw CBS open the door for him. If you need to tell us that, because
they tried to give him a door to walk through.
Yeah,
and he never would just say, I'm not going to give you the number because it's just for security reasons.
Well,
okay,
Rick, think about this. We're having press conferences where they're trying to not tell us anything, which kind of defeats the purpose of a press conference.
And if you notice, they have started in the last 48 hours saying we're going to get the Americans out that want to leave. They're throwing in that want to leave in there, which like somebody would want to stay there with what's about to happen. Yeah. But if you'll notice, they've changed their phrasing just a little bit, and I wonder, is that because if they can't get everybody out, they're going to claim they wanted to stay or what? But it's just bizarre that they have changed that phrasing.
Well, it's really got Kamala Harris upset. We have video for here.
She's so upset about it. She's telling us to shop early.
Yeah. So Kamala Harris is just acting like Afghanistan's not happening, and
I guess she's got her mind on the border, Rick.
That's it. That's it. You can't ask her about the border or Afghanistan or whatever. But
secure your deal and head to the Hyundai Getaway.
So she's going to talk to us, and Bubba, be sure. Remember, everybody's wondering how we get Americans out. What we're going to do. Yeah. And she's going to tell us.
Now, she's in charge of the border, though, remember. That crisis.
Right. Yeah. Now, I guess not.
My name is Shan Lei. I'm the CEO of the American Chamber of Commerce in Singapore,
by the way.
And I will be your moderator for this roundtable.
The stories that we are now hearing about the caution that if you want to have Christmas toys for your children, it might be the time to start buying them because the delay may be many, many months. So across the board, people are experiencing the issue. And of course, the climate crisis is fueling a lot of this. When we look at the stronger typhoons that have disrupted shipping lanes and sea level rise, which threatens port infrastructure as an example. So these are the many issues that are causing these disruptions.
I just want to be sure I heard this right. She's in Singapore, and the world is listening to our vice president from another country, and she's got a piece of paper in front of her that she's almost reading word for word. Okay, and I will give you this: she does seem to have her faculties together more than the president. Okay,
Barely.
As far as reading what's in front of her. Now she does look like Greg has said, she's a little bit. You know what she reminds me of? She reminds me of the many NFL quarterbacks that we've interviewed over the years, and Helmsley was talking about another rookie in the break. And the way they realized when they got to the NFL that the speed of the game, and I remember Phillip Rivers saying, all the receivers coming back to the huddle saying, I'm open. Yeah. And he's like, you're not open. And he says this, and he puts his arm out, that's open in the NFL. You're going to have to throw it right here. These are the greatest defensive backs in the world. Right. And they realized at that point that this job was a little more difficult than they thought it was going to be. I get that feel from our vice president, but I just want to be sure I have it right. She said, when asked the question in Singapore, that she wanted to let everybody know, with everything going on, that you need to go ahead and order your Christmas toys because the shipping problems being caused by man-made climate change because of the typhoons and stuff that are going to hurt getting a lot of these toys to people in a timely manner. Climate change has caused it. Now, there's no proof whatsoever that she can draw a line to these storms and man-made climate change, but, of course, she's more than willing to. And that's what we need to hear from our vice president as she is sitting around a boardroom table in Singapore. Want to update y'all on the issues of getting Christmas gifts? Is that not what I just heard?
Rick, this sea level rise too.
Yeah, she threw that in there.
Is that
okay?
Is he going to get Obama's house?
From even the liberals' own documentation? Mm-hmm. The rate of sea level rise has increased over time. Between 1900 and 1990, studies in this vague area show that the sea level rose between 1.2 millimeters and 1.7 millimeters per year on average. Do you know how small a millimeter is? It's the width of just several sheets of paper you hold. It's like tiny.
Are you concerned for the Obama's house there?
Yeah. By 2000, that rate had increased to 3.2 millimeters per year.
Uh-oh.
Good night.
Uh-oh.
Now, here's the thing. If the sea level was rising back in the early 1900s, before we had the Industrial Revolution, doesn't that mean it was going to rise anyway?
Some of this could be natural.
You realize in 1900 we didn't have cars or airplanes.
No, we didn't. We didn't, buddy. No, we didn't. Top of the hour.
And it was still rising.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past. From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Will of Meat back in play. Could spin at any time as we move through another Rick and Bubba show. Come on with this. Somebody tell me if he's good. Good God Almighty. All right, so Bubba, welcome back for another hour, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged to be here in seat number 2.
At one time, Bill Maher was on the list of people I would like to punch.
He's been aggravating over the years, hasn't he?
He has been, but I'm starting to not like, but to at least tolerate Bill Maher more, because I do like, even though he and I would disagree on a lot of things, I do like that he's not willing to participate in tribalism. And I'm going to have to give him a little bit of respect for that. Meaning, and this is a bizarre concept, that Bill Maher seems to be willing to take topics and give his view of them based on what he really thinks about them, not what the tribe that he's part of, would tell him he must say.
Mm-hmm.
Because now if you're in a tribe, you have to say all the things the tribe says, and you can't get outside your tribe and go, well, now over here I disagree with you on this. And he seems to be willing to do that, and he's done that on a number of things. He was one of the ones that said something we were talking about last hour with the squad.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Maher, who's a progressive and all that, and certainly doesn't share our spiritual convictions and mocks them and makes fun of them. But he said, why are we giving the way women are being treated in Islam a pass? And he basically came out and said, look, this I don't know why we're not. Yeah. He said that before. And there's been times where he's come out and just said, hey, he seems to just give his opinion as opposed to staying in the tribe. At least that seems to be more of a modern version of Bill Maher. Well, now, boy, he's really going to be kicked out of the tribe on this one.
Boy, he's turning against vaccinations.
Yeah, he's saying that he thinks that the experimental part of this is dangerous. He said, I'll just let you hear in his own words what he said about the upcoming booster shot. Here we go.
Because now they want us to do all these boosters we were talking about with Andrew. I mean, I don't want a booster. I never wanted the vaccine. I took one for the team. And by the way, you know who doesn't get a lot of vaccines? The millennials. I know a lot of millennials, especially the 20-olds. They don't want it. They don't want it. They don't think they need it. They're probably right. But I tell them, I didn't want it either. I took one for the team. But every 8 months you're going to put this shit in me?
Okay, all right, so that I dumped that. I think this time Speedy didn't say dump him. He said dump Bill Maher. He just says every 8 months you're going to put this stuff in me that he doesn't trust. And he says, look, there's a line to every time I turn around, y'all want me to take another shot.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, in all fairness, actually, he's like me. I can't believe how old I've gotten. If you're in your 20s, you're not a millennial. I think that's Generation X, isn't it, or Z, or whatever?
I don't know. I forgot all the letters. How about I know this is crazy. We all used to just be under the banner American.
Right. Who does?
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
That's my tribe.
Yeah. But will Bill Maher be canceled? Because he basically says. What he is saying is, guys, listen, it is the truth, and I'm not anti-vax. I'm figuring this all out like the rest of you. But that's the truth of the matter, is we're figuring it all out. We really don't know. Mm-hmm. We don't know the long-term problems with COVID, and we don't know the long-term problems with any of these vaccines, if there will be any. We don't know that. And how about this? We know people that are fully vaccinated that catch it and do well. We know people fully vaccinated that don't seem to even have a hard time getting it. We know people that are fully vaccinated that gotten really sick and died. Okay, now the latter is not a big number of people, but I don't want us to ignore any of it. I want us to lay out the facts and say, here's how it's going, and we don't hide any information from you. Full transparency, and then you make a decision that you think. By the way, can I just be honest with you? And you know this, just so you know the truth. There is no perfect decision. We are really unique individual people.
Yep.
And I can give you a list of a dozen people that I know well enough to know what's going on in their lives, and some that I know extremely well. And even inside that 12, when some things seem to be, which they must not be, I'm just not able to see it, right. Things seem to be about the same, two completely different reactions to any of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and and that's what Bill Maher is saying. I took one for the team because I thought, you know, even though we don't really know, it's probably the right thing to do. But you know what? You're not going to give me one every 8 months. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. And now will he be removed from the tribe for that?
Mm.
You know, because he actually.
Did you see the audience didn't know if they should clap or
they
not?
Didn't know what to do. They didn't know what to do. And his panel looked kind of upset about it too.
Yeah. I actually caught a little bit of his show when he broke down critical race theory and certain aspects of it that he agrees with, but he took the stance of just because I'm white, I can't be blamed for everything
right.
that has ever happened.
That's logical.
Right.
I'm not inherently evil just because of my color of my skin.
Right.
Just like no one's inherently anything because of the color of their skin. Well, that includes white people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't say because you're white, then there's certain things you just automatically are. That's not true.
Right.
Yeah, I think people have to stand on their own choices, and you're not responsible for the good or the bad choices that your ancestors or your family made down through history.
Well, listen to this, and we didn't get to it because of what he said, a cuss word, and I got out of it, even though it was in the video. He says, maybe I don't need what this is Bill Maher. I don't want a one-size-fits-all. Maybe my body is different than your body, which is what we just said. Well, Maher's comments actually provoked former New York Congressman Max Rose. You saw him on the panel, and he replied, hey, yeah, you lost me, man. That's crazy.
What does that mean?
He don't like what Bill Maher's saying.
Yeah.
And then Maher says, my body isn't different. You don't think I'm different? He said, everybody's body is somewhat different. I just read the statistics about who dies from this. You're trying to be cute. You're rolling the dice, Rose said. And Maher said, I'm not trying to be cute. I know I'm in your house, is what Rose told Mayor, meaning I'm your guest on your show.
Right.
I'm not trying to step over the line here, but genuinely, people's lives are on the line. And just as significantly, our very way of life is on the line here. It is very important that people get vaccinated. It's a very important thing. And he says, right, I'm saying get vaccinated, but if there's a need for boosters, particularly as the evidence is showing amongst those who have underlying conditions, amongst the elderly and so on, it's important they take them, and it's important they trust those who are urging them to do it. And he said, but you just said underlying conditions and elderly. I don't count myself in any of those, Maher says. And he says, can I, and I love this, say, as a free human being, can I not have medical autonomy?
Yeah, I like that term, medical autonomy.
Hey, can I not make my decisions for myself? What is this? Y'all want to line us all up and don't even care about where we are health-wise and say, now everybody's got to do the same thing? Well, no, look, let me tell you, as I said yesterday, and some of the responses to that made a lot of sense. Some of them didn't make any sense at all. I'm just not comfortable putting myself in a position where I'm going to force people to take a pharmaceutical. I'm sorry. I mean, as far as forcing them, I may market it. And, we got emails yesterday from people in the medical field. You saw a story on Fox News this morning. I'm sure you won't see it anywhere else, where this mandating, making people take vaccines is hurting the medical community. This is a time we don't need nurses walking off their jobs because they don't think they should be made to take a pharmaceutical.
You're going to see a bunch of that.
And we don't.
A lot of them because they're childbearing age and they just don't know.
Right. And like one of them I told you, I think a few days ago, last week, was holding up a sign that says, I have taken care of 570-something COVID patients. She's already had it, and I have not gotten sick. I have an immune system. Leave me alone. And now what we're going to do then is come in and say, no, by golly, you will take this vaccine or you won't work here. Do we really need right now EMT people walking off the job and nurses walking off the job because they refuse to do that? Doesn't that make our situation worse?
Yeah.
And there's a doctor texted me yesterday. He said,
hey, you're going to have this.
The problem lies we're
responders.
losing nurses and first responders.
Yeah. You're going to have it in a lot of
because if you tell them they can't work here unless they take it, some of them are leaving, and that's not what we need right now. The mandated vaccine thing, hey, that's flawed. This is a bad idea.
Yeah.
You know what I can't understand, and I don't know the stats on the monoclonal antibody, but I think it has been one of the most successful with the least amount of side effects. I haven't heard a lot of it, but if you get it early, it seems to help. And this technology, Rick, goes back to the 1900s. World War I.
And can I also throw
I think
in
the number was 70-something% people that they kept from being in the hospital. I think.
Well, if it's that high, and we know it's safe, why ain't we giving everybody that? Why don't we all get an infusion of plasma with that? And it's a synthetic copy of some of the first people who got over this.
Yeah, I hate to bring up that inconvenient truth. I hate to bring up that inconvenient truth.
Which is natural antibodies.
Those of you that are demonizing natural antibodies, that's kind of what the infusion does. It takes antibodies from people who've already had it and give them to you. That's kind of what it is.
Was Bill Maher just saying we're fearfully and wonderfully made?
Well, he doesn't know it, but that is what he was saying.
Yeah, he was. You get that from David?
In his own way.
He just quoted Psalms 139, didn't even know it.
Yeah.
We'll come back. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG lines are available, and we look forward to chatting with you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. To the phones we go. We start with Greg in Gulf Shores. He's got us on sunny 105. Greg, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Enjoying the show as always.
Thank you.
Hey, why is Kamala Harris saying Christmas presents? Man, you can't say Christmas anymore.
That's right. Well, she may be kicked out of the tribe. She may be kicked out.
Solid.
Oh my, we got to hold her accountable.
Right there in Singapore.
Right there. Yes.
Good catch.
Well done. Early, too.
Yeah. Sheila in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Sheila, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I work in a nursing home, and we're already experiencing a nursing shortage due to they've been travel nursing, and we can't compete with that pay anyway. But now they're talking that the government is going to mandate all of our nursing home staff be vaccinated, or they're going to cut the funding and refuse to pay us Medicaid and Medicare if we're not vaccinated.
To me, all this is really stupid leadership. Because the last thing we need right now is a shortage on nurses and first responders. We don't need that.
Well, we have a shortage, and our answer to that is to send them home.
Right.
Fire them.
Let's go to...
I know. I'm like...
Anonymous in Alabama. Go ahead. Anonymous in Alabama. Go ahead.
Hey, is that me?
Yes, go ahead.
How's it going?
That's the hard part about anonymous. All we can say is anonymous. But go ahead.
I got you. My wife is a pharmacist at a CVS pharmacy, so she is a doctor of medicine specifically, not any kind of broad study. She's made a knowledgeable and medical decision from her information that she doesn't want to get the vaccine. She's stuck it out through the pandemic, worked crazy hours at shorthand help, and she got an email yesterday saying if they don't have the vaccine by October 31st, they're all fired.
Yeah, I saw that on the news. Yeah.
That's
it's absolutely un-American, and I mean, someone that makes that kind of call should be absolutely ashamed.
Yeah, well, it's just illogical. You know, they have the right as a private company to do it. I just don't think it's a wise decision. Because you're
Rick, there's nothing scientific. This is CYA, and that's all it is.
Right.
All it is.
Just real quick.
We got to do something. We're at a corporate meeting, and we got to do something. Somebody do something at this table, because God knows we don't do a lot any other time.
Right.
And so we got to, let's pass this. Let's mandate. We'll pat ourselves on the back. You're good. I'm good. We're all good. And let's move forward. We'll put a press release out and tell everybody how good we are.
Guys, can I tell you this, too?
Perfect.
That's exactly what happened.
My wife's, she's in this world, okay?
I know, man. I hate that.
And here's the thing. Prior to the pandemic, in most areas, there was already a nursing shortage.
Right.
So when you right now you have a ton of new moms out there that do what's called flexi, where they come in and they just kind of work when they want to. And so right now, you can't get a lot of traction in that world either, because they just don't want to put up with it. Because
if I'm flexi, I don't want to be in this right now.
So now you have like my wife is sitting there. She's drained right now because there's a shortage, and she's like, what do I do? And so it's a real conversation going on in our house. What's our next steps? Are you going to continue to do this? Are you going to continue to spend this kind of? Nobody wants to work. Number one. Then you throw this, number two. It's really a real issue, and nobody wants to talk about this.
So if
we're too busy screaming, get the vaccine, mandate the vaccine.
If I were in charge of a company and I knew we had this problem, I would have an odd concept to not try to throw more gasoline on a bad fire we already got.
Well, Rick,
that's what's going on.
I'm going to say
you got two buckets: bucket of water, bucket of fire, bucket of gasoline.
I'm going to tell you something, and it won't be popular, and it'll make some people mad.
Oh gosh, should I move?
Who cares, Bubba? Fired up.
This mentality of just sending everybody to the vaccine, no questions asked. You can't treat it. You can't try to prevent it. It's vaccine or nothing. Okay, that's kind of the mentality. It goes back to the way we do medicine in our country anyway. Doctors are trained to prescribe. Doctors are trained to prescribe. The answer is always a drug. After the fact, we don't spend enough on prevention. We don't look at alternative ways to do it. And some of them are no good. They wouldn't make the cut. But there are some things that would help. But we're just, the mindset and the training just goes to that script, because it's a big industry.
Well, but couldn't we find a way to do a win-win back to this again? I know they said the numbers.
And medicine has come up with some unbelievable breakthroughs that have made our life better.
Oh, they've helped me. They've helped.
But we've also had some very dumb failures.
Yeah.
That could have been avoided.
But anytime an industry gets where they think they're above reproach,
yeah,
and you cannot speak against them because they're I am a medical doctor. You can't speak against them.
And a lot of it
go back, little peasant, and roll your arm up.
And a lot of it has to do with the vertical monopolies of our medical industry. You have great doctors, you have great hospitals, you have great physician centers, but they're owned by these companies that buy them up all over the country, and it goes up to a very few people at the top that are making the decisions. And a lot of times they're not making the best decision based on everybody's health. They're basing the decision on the health of that company. And I'm just telling you that's the truth. You doubt me or be mad, but it's happening. People who work in it know it, and they will tell you if you have a close enough friendship with them.
And you're wearing folks out. Like they're about to be done with you.
Yeah.
And you're going to be in a big issue. I'm just telling you.
At some point, no matter what call, in as far as vocational call, I'm not talking about a spiritual call, but a vocational call in my life, it can wane, and my wife or my husband and my children and time with them and a life outside of this can become more important.
Yes, that's and it is becoming that.
So what you want
with more and more people.
What you don't want to do is to throw gasoline on that concern.
Right.
By saying, now keep in mind, don't miss that we have people who work in the medical field that are first responders and or nurses and pharmacists that don't want the vaccine.
That's one of the biggest groups that don't want it.
I wouldn't overlook that.
Yeah.
They're much more knowledgeable about it than I am.
That really speaks volumes.
Yeah.
And can't vaccinated people still transmit the
They
variant?
can. Yes, they can.
Well, that's the pink elephant in the room.
Nobody wants to talk about that, though.
Good night.
Yeah.
But you don't have to be anti-vaccine to ask questions.
No,
you don't.
And seek answers.
Yeah. I heard a logical thing from a doctor yesterday about it. I thought it was good.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number as we make our way back. And we will continue your phone calls, and a few lines have opened up for those that had to go. I know they were all full a minute ago. So we're talking to the audience about whatever's on their mind. The pandemic has come up. Even Bill Maher saying, not going to take a booster every 8 months. I took one for the team, but I'm not going to keep taking these. So Clay Travis yesterday made this comment, and I assume these numbers are accurate. I don't think, well, I don't know. You never know these days, but that 73% of Americans up to the age of 65 have taken the vaccine.
How many? Give me that number.
73%. Yeah. 95% of those 65 and up have taken the vaccine. 95%. And he said, Biden said that when we get to 70%, things would go back to normal. So what happened to that? It says that as far as America, up to 65, it's 73%, and over 65 is 95%. So whatever happened to that? That was the question he asked.
I'm going to tell you what.
Of course, that's back when they thought the vaccine would probably protect you against the variant. But
the traditional thinking is, right or wrong, and I don't know, that we didn't get people vaccinated quick enough, and thus we had variants start showing up. But if you remember, here's the problem. This was the Indian variant, Delta. All of us being vaccinated in America would not have stopped.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you.
Delta
that was my next question.
Coming.
So thanks for.
So you have to get the entire world all at one time, which is almost physically impossible to do.
It's kind of the inconvenient truth of climate change. That's worldwide climate. It's not just here.
Yeah, it's you can save all the smokestack smoke you want to, but if China's running overtime, it ain't gonna do a whole lot of good.
Yeah.
Because we are on one big round planet. But it's just I don't know. That's why I'm wondering if like this monoclonal antibody might be a better approach that you could get to more people quicker to at least try to get some more herd immunity going. Because look, 73% can be vaccinated, but if it's if the variant's working around it, I mean they're not as sick, which is good. I think the end goal is to migrate this thing into a bad cold.
Right.
And people are going to have it. They're going to be sick, but it's not going to be life-threatening.
Well, I'll go a step further. In that article you sent me from The Atlantic, what is a real reasonable goal is that it will get to the point that it's another flu. Now here's the bad news. The flu kills 35 to 60,000 people a year.
Right.
But it doesn't kill 600,000 people a year.
Right.
And so it'll just get to – it's never going away.
It's going to get to a manageable level.
It'll just get to where –
acceptable. I mean, I hate to say that, but that's the numbers you're talking about.
No, it'll be something that's out there, and some people get it. You just won't see the death rate being what it is now over time. And I think that process is just going to have to take place. And can some of these things help? They certainly can and seem to. But, again, there's one inconvenient thing that nobody wants to talk about. Is it possible that we're such individual people that the way this thing is going would be going this way either way? I mean, like you said, the variant, you could vaccinate 100% of the people with the vaccine that we have in America, but if it's an India variant that came out of India, unless we shut everything down and don't let anybody in from anywhere, from around the world, that variant still comes into this country and the vaccinated people still get it. Now, the death rate and hospitalizations may be much lower. I'll acknowledge that if the vaccine seems to help with those severe problems for most people, and I'm not doubting that at all, and it probably may lead to me getting it at some point.
Yeah, I'm not scared of the vaccine.
I'm not anti-vaccine, but what I'm saying is, but we have to tell the truth about all of it, and to say that if we'd been vaccinated quicker, and if Alabama, Mississippi, and places like that would have done their job, the variant wouldn't be here. That's just not true because it's a worldwide variant that came from another country. And people with the vaccine still get it and still pass it. So that's really not true.
And let's look forward. What's past Delta?
Yeah.
Lambda.
Yeah.
It come from Peru. Mm-hmm. So, Bravo was from England, I think.
Mississippi.
It's been played out
Mississippi residents, if you violate the isolation for 10 days, if you test positive for COVID-19 and they catch you not isolating, you can be fined $500 and could be imprisoned for 6 months.
Well, you hate to see the government have to go
Right.
to such level, but if you have it, you need to isolate. You need to protect the people around you.
Right.
I don't disagree with that. I don't like the government running Schindler's List.
I say that you continue to tell the people why it's important to do that and show them the proof of that, not fine them or put them in jail.
Yeah, I was going to say, when do you stop? That's a big box you're opening.
You're
because
opening up a door.
Let's say, for instance, I get it. I go to Walmart. I make a stupid decision. I give it to somebody. They die. Well, now am I being sued? That's almost like manslaughter with this case. If you're opening up the door like that, I didn't mean to do it, but I did it.
Well, as what we've said here is,
I don't like that at all.
Anytime you give the government this kind of stuff, they'll abuse it.
Yep.
They will.
And so, but it goes back to this, and we were reading this. Sometimes comedy tries to show you the absurdity of what we're talking about. So Babylon Bee yesterday says doctors have announced they will no longer treat car accident victims who didn't wear their seatbelt. Now we all go, well, that's funny, but they're really making the point we've all made. Where does this end if you allow that? FDA has approved vaping as effective method of birth control. They're having. Biden says not to worry about the Taliban because we having some of our military equipment because we also got some of theirs, such as a stick with a rock tied to it.
Yeah, I saw that one. That's good.
And 100 million vaccine hesitant Americans now say they'll get the shot because a government agency has said that's okay. That's
they never miss.
That's with the
they don't.
FDA approval of Pfizer yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, good. The government says it's okay. I guess it's fine then.
Yeah.
Another government agency. But that is funny. But let's go to Brent in Alabama. Brent, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, my wife is pregnant with our first child, and every time we go to the doctor, they are constantly trying to shove her and myself getting the vaccine. But it has been unrecommended for pregnant women to get the vaccine because they do not know of any potential hazards that could happen to the baby being and everything like that. And they try and say, well, obviously you don't care about the life of your child. I'm like, no, ma'am, we do. That's why we're not trying to risk this right now.
See, I hate those kind of statements they made to you. What they should do is sit down with you like a professional and talk to you about what they know and don't know about the vaccine and let y'all make a level-headed decision, not shame you because you think it might be dangerous to your unborn child.
And we've had in our local news, we had over the weekend a number of pregnant moms that were in the hospital with COVID, and we had 2 that died, I think, that were all unvaccinated. So
and a lot of
that's where
going
they're
on
getting that from.
with the nursing too. Yeah. Young nurses, childbearing years, and you're being forced to make that decision. That's a part of that too. That's a part of their decision.
No, it is.
You're not thinking through that.
Well, and as you all have said, the thing, just common sense, Rick, and again, explain to your patients why it's different. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
But common sense, Rick, I'm thinking of how many things are in my house right now, and it clearly says on it, do not take while pregnant. There's a whole medicine cabinet full of things that say, do not take this if you're pregnant.
Because it hasn't been tested out.
Right. Yeah. So then a pregnant woman might also feel the same way. Well, what do y'all say about the vaccine? Y'all are usually, in the pharmaceutical world, we see all the time, don't take if you're pregnant. But this, we should take it even though we're pregnant. And all you do is say, explain to me why that's different. And maybe they can. But don't say, you don't care about your baby. You don't care about your wife. You don't care about others. You know what? All that does is make people go, let me feel creepy today. Yeah. Let's go to 5. Susan. Susan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you. I was just going to make this point. I love listening to you guys, but Bubba made a comment just a few minutes ago about the monoclonal antibodies being the way out. And
I asked the question.
Yeah, he was asking the question. He was saying, is this something that is a treatment?
Right.
Because, treatment is also something we need to do, not just hope and pray the vaccine will solve all problems. We need to have treatments for this, too.
Yes, I may have misunderstood. I didn't hear him say treatment. I was thought y'all were talking vaccine and saying monoclonal antibodies. And just making the point, there is a difference between what's called passive and active immunity. And the monoclonal is passive. That's when you're given the antibody. You're given the antibodies. And with the vaccine, you're trying to stimulate active, where you make the vaccine. And the difference is that it lasts a whole lot longer, and it's a higher response.
Against alpha, I think you may be right on the vaccine, but against the variants, you are not right.
Okay. Well, I won't argue any points. I'm just telling you.
Well, apparently, because the vaccine doesn't stop the variants, I believe a natural antibody is going to give you a broader protection against the variants if you have the natural antibodies. Now the vaccine will give you a stronger against alpha, but all it knows is to tackle alpha.
Do you work in healthcare?
Yes, sir, but I don't want to get into an argument.
No, we're not.
Making
No,
a
we're
point
not.
between
We're trying to figure it
passive
out.
and active.
Right. Can let me ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Have you had experience with a monoclonal antibody?
As far as me receiving it?
No, or just patients
with
or
patients,
whoever.
yeah, patients. How's it?
I'm just asking, has it been successful, or have you seen side effects? Because I don't know. I'm asking the question.
Effects, no.
But have you seen it be effective? I mean, I know personally people that said when they got the infusion, that's when they immediately felt better, and they came right out of it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it has been effective.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm not arguing the point. I'm just
Well, that's all.
making a
That's all.
distinction.
Well, that's all we said is can this be one of the treatments that can help? That's all we said.
Yeah, Susan.
Sure.
What did I say that you didn't like?
I've heard. Well, no. It's not didn't like. I just heard you discussing the vaccine, and then it seemed like in me, and maybe I wasn't listening closely enough. It was like, but now the monoclonal antibodies, that's our way out.
Well,
and it's like,
that's what I was asking. If it is successful and if it has minimal side effects,
oh, okay.
Shouldn't that be more widely used to try to flatten the curve?
Yeah, apparently right now with the variant, all the vaccine is a treatment. All the vaccine is a treatment. We're saying, aren't there a lot of treatments we can? If somebody gets it, this thing of letting them sit around till they get double pneumonia, I think that's been a flawed approach.
No.
Yeah.
Oh goodness, no. The vaccine is prevention. The monoclonal antibodies great, sure, but do we have enough? Can we get it to everybody? And yeah, that's great. I'm not dissing the monoclonal antibodies.
Yeah, I was told we have 500 million doses of it. That was a doctor that said that. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. And just like
the question is, why are we not using it?
We're just saying, why don't we just?
That's what we're asking.
Well, I think we're using it more and more.
You can't say to some people,
You know why? 'Cause it's working.
don't take horse pills. And they go, okay, well, how about how about us going to the infusion? No, don't take that either. You just take your vaccine.
I've heard that.
Yeah. So, all we said was, is it an effective treatment that can help us get out of this? That's all we said.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All right, so we'll make our way back. Andy out of Glencoe. Andy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. See the number.
What's that now?
Is that 5? I can't see the number.
Andy is 5, yes.
All right, Andy, go ahead.
Andy.
Hey, I was going to tell you, my wife, she gives monoclonal antibodies in Atlanta, and they're seeing huge success from it.
Yeah, we got another email, too, from an infusion center, and we were just trying to say, I think what the woman was saying is we're confusing active with non-active antibodies.
Right.
That really wasn't what we were saying. What we were saying is that the infusion seems to be helpful, and maybe this is one of the treatments, because I got news for you. The vaccine, as far as the variant is concerned, it's only a treatment, because it certainly does. It does not keep you from getting it.
And let me ask you this, and I know we have several doctors that listen, because I get emails from you from time to time, some positive, some not so.
Yeah.
But the monoclonal antibodies appear to be working well with the Delta variant. Am I correct on that?
Well, that's we had an infusion center that just sent us an email and says, first of all, we are correct that there are plenty of dosages. They're said they're doing hundreds a day. There's no issue with running out of it. We may have an issue with having people to work the infusion centers, or in the beginning, the infusion wasn't used because we couldn't find enough places to give it.
Yeah.
Now we seem to have addressed that situation. And I think the combination of the infusion, the combination of that and the vaccine, the combination of the unspoken, but I'm going to go ahead and speak of it, natural antibodies, I think all that working together is what we were saying. Now, if you, maybe what she was, and I tried to get her to clarify, if we were saying we were trying to give your body what your natural body will already give it, she says, I disagree with that. It's not the same thing. Well, then fine. But and I apologize for that, but is it a treatment that is helping? And apparently,
this
yes.
guy runs a center. This is actually I'm not going to give any names, but it's a cancer center, and they've decided to help with this. They're giving 50 to 100 infusions a day to positive COVID patients. Okay, you got COVID, we'll give you an infusion, 50 to 100 a day. Major treatment to minimize symptoms and keep countless numbers of people out of the hospital, and it's working.
Flatten the curve.
This is from a director of a center doing this.
Because hospitalizations and death are the only two numbers that matter. We've said that all along. Positive cases, that number can be all over the place.
And look, too, we're just having a discussion about this. We're asking questions. We're working through this like many of you are doing. We're not doctors, and we didn't say we were doctors, and we're not trying to be your doctor. We always tell people consult their physician.
But in all fairness, you're not a radio host either. So you know your role, we'll know ours.
Yeah.
Okay. Buy Raycon.com/Bubba. Look, and if you want to, I bet that if you're out there right now and you're saying, I don't want to hear any more talk about COVID, I don't want to hear any more talk about this, you can now put in earbuds and you can go listen to something else if you like, or another Rick and Bubba archive from the past. Whatever you want to do, they'll sound better with Raycon wireless earbuds. They fit discreetly. You don't look like some cyborg with them on. They're comfortable. They've got the gel tips on the end that you can adjust to find the ones that are most comfortable for you. The quality is outstanding. They're about half the price of the other brands. And if you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba, there's another 15% off. Every Rick and Bubba audience member needs these. If you use earbuds, use these. You'll also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. What did Greg say the other one was? Was it on 7?
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
Mary, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead. Hey, Mary.
Hi there. I am fully vaccinated. I got the Pfizer vaccines, and yet I have COVID as we speak.
Uh-huh.
I've been trying to get the infusion, and the problem I'm running into is I can't get it because of numbers. I was tested positive last Thursday. I called my doctor right away trying to get it. He couldn't call me back till yesterday morning. Then he submits the paperwork. Well, the two facilities in Montgomery, there's only 2, first of all. And it's my understanding they only do between, I must have heard wrong, it must have been 50, not 15. But I called them yesterday to make sure they got my paperwork, and they said, well, we can't tell you because we got 100 papers in today, and there's only 2 of us going through them. So by the time they find me, I'm probably not going to be eligible.
Yeah, staffing
Mary,
is a problem again.
Do you qualify for it? Because I think if you're fairly healthy, they won't even give you the monoclonal antibodies. I think you
High
have to
blood
have
pressure.
a BMI over 25%, which for most of us in our state, that's an easy
90%
fix.
of the population of Alabama.
Yeah, it's not even an issue.
Well, yeah. So you're saying staffing is your biggest problem. You do qualify for it, but if you got 2 people going through 100 requests, that's tough.
How are you feeling?
Right. It feels like a head cold, but I do have high blood pressure. That's why I qualify, and I'm over 60.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're sorry you're having to deal with it again.
But in
Mary,
your case,
or
hopefully,
deal with it.
the vaccine as a treatment
Yeah, it's gonna
against the
slow it
variant
up.
is still going to be enough. And so that's the good news in your situation.
Well,
But
my husband popped positive yesterday. We thought he was negative.
Yeah.
Now he's positive. He's got a whole lot more health issues than I do, and he probably is not going to get it in time either.
Well, let's just keep working on that and keep trying. Maybe there's a place y'all can drive further to that can get you in that's got more staff. So keep working on that. Thank you so much. But keep working on it. Don't
Florida.
Try other opportunities. We'll be back top of the hour. Come to Birmingham.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. Wonderful Will of Meat back in play. Shocking that no one wants to take medical advice from people that spin a Will of Meat. Where's Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. Yeah, some of this you got to reason out on your own. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Ladies and gentlemen, there's Bill Bubba Butsy. How you doing, buddy?
Hello.
So many mics, so many people moving, so many moving
Glad to
parts.
be here. And Rick, once again, let me underline, we're not doctors. We just play them on the radio.
That's right. And we're just like the rest of society. We're just working this out. But we are still getting...
We're just having the conversation we have amongst ourselves off the air and at home every day.
And so you should... we have a weird concept that people should discern things out and research them no matter where you hear them from either from callers or from us or from journalists, and I use that word loosely. Try to get all the information you can. And in the break, we were just inundated with infusion centers that were saying the infusion is showing wonderful results.
Can I read one email?
Yeah, and hopefully can be part, along with the vaccine and natural antibodies, for us to get to the other side of it. And remember, we're doing all this against something that is terrible, and I have friends who have died from it, but has a death rate of about 1%.
I know.
I mean, can you imagine?
If you're in that one, it's a bad deal.
It's terrible. Tough deal. And I've seen the bad side of it. And I've seen it firsthand. And it's awful. And you don't really care what the percentage are. But I'm just saying, as a society, and that's bad because the 1% of a large number of people is still a lot of people. We're still, we're talking about a flu season. We're talking about automobiles that the death rate is anywhere from 35 to 50, sometimes 60,000 people. Well, that's a little number compared to 600,000.
Sure.
And so I acknowledge all that. Yeah. But I'm just talking about if I were to stand up to you and say, I'm trying to sell you a product that there's a 99% chance you don't need, that would be a tough sale.
It would be.
But I would say this, just because you survive something doesn't mean you're not going to have a horrible time and be stuck in the ICU and be terribly sick. Yeah. So maybe that's the way we need to go about it. Is let's all work together with the things we have, but just like Bill Maher said, you know what a conservative he is. All of us right now, which we do this for the good of people, this has been going on since human beings in the dawn of time. Okay, all of us right now are guinea pigs for the people who may face this again in the future after we're all gone. And so we're the ones that have to be the ones that try things, work things, and then come back and say, we went through it, these things worked, these things didn't, these things bad, these things good, and oh, by the way, one of the things we discovered once again is that, wow, people are individuals. One treatment that worked for Greg didn't work for Helmsy. One that worked for Bubba didn't work for Rick. The one that didn't work for Joe didn't work for Alice, and what that worked for Alice didn't work for Tina. All that's going to be in there too. So, Bubba, anyway, we'll read the email, then we'll get to something else. Okay.
Oh, Rick, and some of you that are texting me, thank you. Very funny.
Mm-hmm.
We're not docs, Rick, but we did sleep at Holiday Inn Express.
Yes, we did.
This from a doctor. I don't know if I should use his name or not. He didn't say not to use it, but
I wouldn't.
He is at a primary care office in Scottsboro, Alabama. He says, I'm an internist in Scottsboro. Yes, the monoclonal antibodies are effective against the Delta variant. We are seeing great response in our area. And that's not a lab test. That's not me telling you what to do. I'm simply telling you what he says and trying to share that information so you have it in your pocket. That's all. Okay.
Yeah, we're just
and why are more people? Why are not the media agencies sharing these things? Hey, here are 3 or 4 things that we know are working based off what we're seeing out of these facilities. Your body's different. You do the homework. You make the decision that's best for you and your family. But no, that's not what we're hearing. We're hearing mandates. I got an email a minute ago. I'm going to lose my job by 11/1 if I don't get the vaccine.
You know, my advice to that person was by 11/1 they may not even want to they won't care about it anymore. Maybe we'll be done with this. Just hold out.
Yeah. Have a backup plan. Go get you a backup plan and hold out until 11/1.
I hear the infusion centers are hiring.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, here's a guy right here.
Go back to nursing school. I had a couple yesterday that I know that both had the COVID, came down with it. They were treated with monoclonal antibodies and ivermectin Okay,
now you're really in trouble.
Not the one from the co-op.
FDA
Not the one from the
yesterday,
co-op.
don't be taking the horse pills.
And Rick, how about this? I've said all along, I don't think you ought to be taking horse pills either.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree.
Go to the pharmacy and get a prescription of it if your doctor thinks that's a good thing.
But they are doing much better. I mean, and that's just that's as Fauci says, anecdotal evidence. But it's somebody that got better.
Here's another
Good for
guy,
them.
Robert, in email, and he only sent me, so I'll read it. I am older than 55. I have at least one of the following. He said, I'm diabetic, hypertension. Okay, that's not good. And my BMI is more than 35. Okay. He says, I won't say that. I went and got the infusion. I am vaccinated. It took me 5 days to get in, but even 5 days in, it has helped tremendously. And he's vaccinated.
And
but
remember,
he still got the variant.
This technology was developed in the early 1900s and was prevalent during World War I. So it's been around for a while. A lot of it out of desperation.
How does Fauci feel about it? Because we have to check in with the high priest of health.
The Fauci has flip-flopped more than a catfish on the bank.
It's anadodo and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, all right. So we have a Biden.
Y'all, we all trying to get through this. We all on the same team here.
Look, let's all be on the same team.
Let's get on the same team.
Excuse me. We have a Biden update. A Biden update.
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
Can I ask one other question?
No, I'm sorry.
Just one question.
No,
Just quick.
Let's wait till later. No, go ahead. I'm just messing with you.
How is the Russian vaccine doing?
What are you talking about?
Has anybody
It's completely eradicated everything?
Has anybody heard how's Russia doing with this?
I heard it went bad. That it didn't do well. There were some bad.
Well,
side
are
effects.
going to get a truth?
I heard
You'll
bad
never
side
get a
effects.
truth
I was going to say, Bubba,
Have
we
you
can't
seen
get
it?
truth out of this country. You're certainly not going to get it out of them.
But don't you find it strange? Have you seen one story about Sputnik 5?
No, we haven't.
One story.
I was told by a doctor.
If it was a total disaster, wouldn't you see a story about it?
Yeah, but I was heard. The doctor I talked to yesterday told me that it.
I'm not promoting that either, so save your email.
Yeah.
I'm not saying go get the Russian.
What do you want, a Russian infusion?
I just want to
center?
know how it's doing.
The doctor I talked to yesterday said it went really bad. That they used a vaccine plan from
they had it out in about a week
from long ago, and he said they had terrible side effects from it. That's what he said. I don't know.
I don't know. Either.
Now,
I haven't seen a story.
Now you're not going to see a story on it, but you know. Even here, you may not see a story unless if the mainstream journalists don't want you to know it. It's very Russia-like,
or a local sports reporter.
So Biden gets a chance to talk about, and I know, Greg, you have been waiting on this, and I know that you know it. Do you have any idea who won the WNBA championship?
Rick, I'm not even sure if I know any of the teams in the WNBA.
Well, how about this? Back in 2020, the WNBA champions were the Seattle Storm.
Okay.
So our president honored them on Monday, celebrating their success on the court and hailing the 4-time title holders. Did y'all know that?
4-time dynasty.
You know what else he complimented them on? One of your favorite things in professional sports, activism.
Well, good.
But then
that's why I watch my sports.
Yeah, and then but it comes to a very, very awkward moment with Biden.
Don't tell me he said the wrong name.
Talking to the WNBA champions, it just feels weird what he's trying to say. Because nothing worse when he goes off of the script.
Rick, get ready for anything.
So here we go.
Please be seated. Thank you. I'll tell you what.
Look at that look.
Yep, there's the look.
Forgot where he's
Last
at.
time I was in a room with this many great athletes, I was having dinner with my granddaughters. Look, I tell you what, it's an honor to have you here. I mean, it really is a genuine honor to have you all here. You have no idea. I don't know how these guys got in this damn picture, but it's okay. They're all right.
It's just rambling.
And, look, I'm honored to welcome to the White House the 2020 WNBA champions, the Seattle Storm.
I wish you said the Los Angeles Lakers.
Don't miss this,
You're
Greg.
an aspiring team, and you represent a hell of a city, a great American city, and a groundbreaking league. The only all-female ownership group in pro sports. Lisa, Jenny, and Dawn, congratulations. Congratulations.
Big blue man struggling
I may
breathing.
need work after this. I'd be a good ball boy. I can
Greg, I may be.
Rick, he just rambled.
I may need to know. I'll be a good ball boy.
My goodness.
Oh my
Y'all, he had that confused look in that one, maybe as bad as I've seen it lately.
Yeah. You can see his mind scanning, going, put it all together. Put it all
Okay.
together.
WNBA.
Who are these people? Who are these people? Say something about your granddaughters.
Yeah, because they're females. That's the only thing they have in common. With
Right. Do we know that the Biden granddaughters are great athletes? They may be. Maybe they are. Maybe they are.
They may play.
Joe's home enough. He probably catches a lot of their games.
That's great.
It's true in Delaware. He's there a lot.
That is great.
Goodness gracious.
Man, leader of the free world.
Right.
Wow.
Yep. Kind of explains why the.
Well, at least you got a good VP behind.
Kind of explains why other countries making fun of us.
Yeah, Rick.
Sure. Yeah. All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Our website, Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word "and." So we'll jump right into that and look at some other stories. Also, don't forget Willa Meats to the play. Could happen at any time this week.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
23 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Our Biden updates continue. More Biden updates.
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
So the president seems to finally to have successfully figured out who the WNBA team was and let them know that if he gets out of a job, he'll make a great ball boy for the all-women's team.
We'll keep that in mind, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. We will
they play in Delaware.
Yeah. But here's another Biden moment that we just had. The president, this is what he's saying. He's telling parents not only should your kids be in masks indoors, they also need to continue to be in mask outdoors, outside your home. So here it is.
I know that parents are concerned about COVID-19 cases among their children. I'll be addressing this soon with Secretary Cardona to discuss how we get our kids back to school safely. Cases among children are still rare, and severe cases among children are very, very rare. But I know that parents are thinking about their own kids. It's not as reassuring as anyone would like it to be. So let me say this as parents, to the parents. As you have the tools. You have the tools to keep your child safer, and two of those tools, above all, are available to you. One, make sure that everyone around your child who can be vaccinated is vaccinated. Parents, adults, teens. Two, make sure your child is masked when they leave home. That's how we can best keep our kids safe. Now, I know that parents are concerned.
Okay, so does he mean there, though, is he trying to say just be sure they wear a mask wherever they go? I know he said when they leave the home, but was he just talking about as they go out into society? I'm just trying to help him. I don't want to be
you gotta help Joe along.
Well, I don't want to be overly critical. Is he really just saying basically when they head out in the world, be sure they have a mask on?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
I think that's what he was trying to say.
Yeah.
Well, but the other thing that you have to deal with on this,
I'd rather wear like a space helmet.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well,
my own breather and a filter.
By the way, I ran into a thing yesterday that was brand new. Could not come in without a mask on, no matter my vaccination status.
Yeah.
And then they went underneath, and they were very specific about things they would not accept, and one of them was the plastic shield. I thought that was
the plastic shield didn't make the cut?
No plastic shields, and then they had some other stuff.
So
I thought that was odd. I thought a plastic shield looks like it's a pretty good covering.
Yeah.
Because your nose is covered. Because, look, I got news for you.
So which mask do you have to have? The one that's 10% effective?
Yeah.
The blue one that everybody wears?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the latest
No,
study.
you're right.
That's the latest study.
Did y'all see
10%
that?
Effective.
Did y'all see
I'm not
that?
making that up. I don't
I
mind
like that
wearing a
camo
mask.
one.
Look, I've had pharmacists and doctors.
That old blue one that everybody has, it passes
Throw
out,
away.
get them by the thousands.
Yeah.
10% effective.
I was told that.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
that's
talking
good.
about the first time this pandemic hit. I'm talking about back at Alpha. I had pharmacists that I knew really well and doctors saying that little blue mask is a complete waste of your time. It cannot stop the particles of this tininess, and it is not effective at all.
You know it's not an N95 mask if it doesn't feel like you're trying to breathe through a blanket.
Right.
Yeah.
But I thought it was odd that the shield was because
Yeah,
the problem I see
would be
I guess it comes
highly.
up under the shield.
Well, here's the thing. I guess of course, I guess that means you can also get around the mask when all the gaps on every side.
yeah.
But what I'm saying is, though, it seems the biggest flaw I see as far as people wearing the mask, even if they got a show enough good one, is because it's uncomfortable to have your nose covered. So they drop it down to where they can breathe out their nose.
Yeah, that's
so.
never-
What good is that? Now we're just at kind of an ugly chin strap, aren't we?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're gonna do that, just don't wear it.
And you touch
But
your
Greg,
face a
have you
lot,
ever
by
seen
the way.
how many people do that?
Oh, I'll say 80% of people in a mask.
Me too. Yeah. So you're like this. The mask is one of those things. Bubba said earlier, where everybody feels the pressure to have some answer on something you could do. So we just try to come up with something. It's like the woman with the sugar pills on Andy Griffith. You know, it makes you feel better. You're doing something, even if it's a placebo effect, and it does you some good, and keeps you and helps you with anxiety. You know,
Look, 10% may catch some. You know,
We used to have like safety measures at work that we thought were ridiculous, like outrigger pads on concrete. and stuff like that. But it all went. I had to
explain what that is.
Well, that's
Explain
the wooden
what that
pads
is.
you put under the outrigger so it don't sink in dirt.
Right.
So if I'm on concrete, it ain't going.
And they made you even do it on
Well,
concrete.
yeah, but the point is, and somebody explained it to me, it says state of mind.
Yeah.
Then you'll do that, and then the next thing it'll make you aware of, like the mask. I'm wearing the mask. I'm keeping my distance.
There
I'm
you
washing
go.
my hands. It
Right.
gets your mindset. Maybe
it's the black and brown M&Ms that Van Halen said. That it wasn't about the M&Ms.
Yeah,
it was
it's
about that.
getting you in a mindset. I'm wearing my mask. I'm keeping my distance. I'm washing my hands.
Yeah, Sure. I mean, I'm not saying they serve no purpose.
No,
but if you think I've got a mask
now
on
under
today-
my chin though, I mean, you might as well just.
Well, the thing of hey, I've got my mask on, so now I'm protected from anything under the sun. Not really, but if it helps you, because one of the things I think the problem is, like I said before, we can get sick worrying about getting sick.
Yeah.
So if that kind of takes that mindset off and you going about your life making you feel better about it, then fine.
Rick, I wish we could develop a helmet, like a pilot would wear and have our little breathing thing we strap on our back. I'd like that better than a mask.
Can you imagine trying to get your wife ready for church with that still to go? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't think of anyone better to lead this operation than Deanne Criswell of FEMA. I can't think of anyone better to lead this operation than Deanne Criswell of FEMA.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us today. Gabby.com/Bubba. Get a better insurance. When was the last time you honestly looked at your insurance situation for your automobiles and your house? When was the last time you said, I'm going to see if somebody else give me the same coverage and give me a better deal? If you're like most of us, you don't do that very often at all. And even the process of getting covered was probably, this is the bunch we've always used. But with Gabby.com/Bubba, it's a free service available to you so that you can look at 40 other insurance companies, 40 others, that say, here's the same coverage and here's what we would charge you. And if you could find out you've got the best deal out there, which is great, but you may look and see, wow, I could save $1,000 a month or more. And that's the average our listeners are saving by using this free service. Get a better insurance. So go to Gabby, Gabi, Gabby.com/Bubba. It's the one true comparison platform with fast, verifiable quotes, not these ballpark guesses. These are verifiable. And you'll find out what the other companies will charge, and then you decide which one you would rather use. Gabby, Gabi.com/Bubba. All the big names are represented. You got Progressive, you got Nationwide, you got Travelers. All of that there, Gabby.com/Bubba. Also go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So apparently, when you think about this, insurance companies must do quite well, because it seems to me that Progressive has an advertising budget and Geico an advertising budget that is unlimited.
In the billions.
Yeah, because Sherry and I, we were at the beach. That's unreal. Was it last weekend? Yeah, last weekend, weekend before last, we were at the beach doing the conference, and we're down on the beach, and I look up, and they have hired a plane to fly by with one of those banners.
Not the banner.
Yeah, one of those banners from Geico asking, if we wanted to, save money or whatever. And I thought, they just got money laying there. Do you realize who has the time to say, I'm going to go up and down the Gulf Coast with an airplane with a banner on the back. That's how much advertising money I got. Yeah. I'm going to throw that into.
I'm down to
because
that.
that's not the only thing they do. That's on top of what they're already doing.
Oh, yeah, that's just a little bonus.
Yeah, speaking of that, did you see this one from Babylon Bee? Kabul airport now ranked world's second most dangerous behind Chicago O'Hare.
That's funny.
Golly,
that's good stuff.
That is a good one. And they had another one involving an airplane, but I'll let that go. All right, so here we go. Cuomo. So we now say goodbye. I mean to Cuomo. He's finally going to leave as governor of New York.
He's out as of midnight last night.
I mean, so we say we're going to say goodbye to him. So goodbye to Cuomo. Cuomo out.
He'll have time to write more books.
Yep, he's out. Everybody say. Wanted to marry him. Who were Democrats?
Oh, Rick, they loved him.
All right, so he was
going to be the next presidential guy.
Oh, they were all because of how well he was handling the pandemic.
Yes.
Remember, they wanted to figure out a way to replace Biden with him. Remember that discussion?
Yeah, yes. Well, he's going to say goodbye. Now, he's not exactly going to take all the responsibility on himself. I mean, you don't expect that. But here's 1 minute from his farewell speech when he's saying goodbye to everyone as the once beloved governor of New York.
There will be another time to talk about the truth and ethics of the recent situation involving me. But let me say now that when government politicizes allegations and the headlines condemn without facts, you undermine the justice system.
What?
And that doesn't serve women, and it doesn't serve men or society. I understand that there are moments of intense political pressure and media frenzy that cause a rush to judgment. But that is not right. It's not fair or sustainable. Facts still matter.
Rick.
A firecracker can start a stampede.
Oh, my goodness.
But at one point, everyone looks around and says, why are we running? The truth is ultimately always revealed. The Attorney General's report was designed to be a political firecracker.
Is this coming from a Democrat? Is this not
Rick.
like a
Gosh,
what kind of you were the? This is that famous thing
He
where
is somehow trying to be a victim that he's leaving.
Well, no, Greg, and think of the things he's saying.
mean-
He's saying that things that the party that he loves do all the time are wrong.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't wrong when it was being done to other people. It's only wrong now that it's been done to him.
Exactly.
I couldn't even believe what I was hearing. I mean, that sounded like Tucker Carlson doing a monologue on a case that was out there trying to destroy a Republican candidate or somebody, doesn't it?
He's already trying to reinvent himself as a Republican, apparently.
That's wow. That is it's crazy. I know that we've talked about this topic before on the show, but it just continues to be confirmed over and over again. And I you know how sometimes when you look at others, it makes you reflect on self, or it should. And you know, we've discussed this for many, many years, that you see people out there wearing certain clothing, and I know coming from this, so trust me, I'm going to get to us.
Hang on.
They're going out, and we have said on this show that every single hairstyle, every single outfit, every pair of shoes, all these things, the makeup, tattoos, all of these things by the person who is presenting any of these things, that person went to a mirror and looked in the mirror and said, I got to tell you, I like my look.
I'm going with this.
And they go out there and say, this is the look that I'm looking for. Okay? Now here's the thing that really, really scares me, because it just recently happened to me, is I'm beginning to realize that also applies to me.
Well,
So my question is it impossible? Now, I'm not talking about behavior here, because we've covered this about how important accountability is, because all of us are delusional about how we come across and how we are perceived. It's just to what level you're delusional, okay? Which is why you need people in your life that are willing to say, I got to tell you something, that yesterday did not go well. And I was like, man, I thought I was on it. Now you really,
I was looking sharp.
Yeah, now let me tell you how you came across. So I'm not talking about that. I'm strictly talking about physical look now, okay? I'm strictly talking about physical look. So I just recently realized that I've been wearing glasses for 2 years that my wife thought looked stupid.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. But
we had to come to that conclusion.
Bubba,
Right.
but I didn't catch it. You know, I mean, I saw multiple pictures of me in the glasses.
Mm-hmm.
I saw videos of me with the glasses on.
I can't wait to see what this new pair looks like.
So what I'm saying is, because
I hope they're bizarre.
Because really, you can sit here at this window that we have at the studio, and you see examples of this just reoccurring on a daily basis.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, well, this person thinks that looks good. So I'm realizing, is it possible for you to really know what you look like in the clothing you have on, the tattoos you've chosen, the hairstyle you've chosen, the glasses you've chosen,
the nose ring?
So is it like does it always go back to this? Does it go back to the credibility of the source?
Well,
I mean,
Rick,
if a person
this.
says that looks stupid, do you have to first of all think that they usually look good?
True.
I mean, it's
think about this too, and this
Right.
is not exactly what you're talking about, but it is to some degree. None of us think we look like we do in pictures, because when we see ourselves and look in the mirror,
know.
it's a flipped
That's
image.
what I'm asking.
And our faces are not the same on either side.
Right.
So you're an opposite what you see in the mirror to what you really are.
yeah. So you don't look the way you think you look.
No.
No way.
No.
So then you get down to this.
But there's some people that look in the mirror and they go, okay, I have this giant whatever handlebar mustache or hairstyle or whatever, and
Eyebrows.
they go, I'm good with it.
I know this looks bizarre, but I want to look bizarre.
Right. I'm good.
And
I
we're-
can't get the people with the eyebrows that look like caterpillars. I mean, how do you
Yeah.
look in the mirror and
Right.
not notice that?
Right.
About a number 3 shield, just run it
Right.
across there.
Yeah.
Knock that thing down.
Knock her
You
down.
know what I mean?
Now I have
It
decided.
don't take long.
Greg, I have decided to go extremely
Hey.
rogue. Greg, I've decided to go extremely rogue, as I mentioned, and I'm going for as unique as you can get, and I'm going with no tattoos and no piercings. And so that really makes me stand out now in a
Nowadays,
really, really big way. But the other thing is this. Like, for instance, let's say that I have my pants pulled up to under my arms. Okay?
Okay, and we've seen that.
We've seen that.
If you can get your wallet out by going over your
Right.
shoulder.
Yeah, you might want to reconsider where your belt's at.
No, but that person has had to have gone. That has nothing to do about dimensions.
Rick.
Look, Greg, that person had to go to the go to the mirror and say,
full-length one.
I realize that my belt looks like that line that goes around those plastic balls at the grocery store because of my body shape. And I have my pants pulled up to just under my armpits, and by golly, that's what I want to look like, right?
That's my look.
That's right. And I'm tucking in, and I've got it up here under my armpits.
Let me hit a click.
So that's not a I don't know how I look. That's I know how I look. Back to what you said about the handlebar mustache.
But
I like it.
And I'm not against handlebar mustache.
No,
that was just the first thing I could think of that was outstanding.
I may go. I like it coming back.
I'd like to see Bubba and the handlebar mustache. There it is.
Saw a guy the other day who was trying to do a little better.
I think it'd be a good look.
Greg, he was trying to do a little better, and he went handlebar mustache, and his shorts look like the most swim shorts that the handlebar mustache people used to box in.
Yeah. Funny. I know what you're talking about.
He went to the 20s. Yeah, he went to the 20s and said, I said, so you're going all the way back?
You're Gentleman Jim Corbin.
You know what he said? Yeah, I know I look like this, but that's different.
That's the look he was going for.
I know, that's what you may not like it, but I'm not delusional about it. What I'm wondering, it kind of spooked me a little bit when I realized we don't really know what we look like, how other people actually see us. 14 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is a number. Thank you for being with us today. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Friday night, Birmingham, Alabama, actually over in Speedy's community of Helena, the church at Old Town, Men Church. We'll be serving Dreamland barbecue. You'll hear some great praise and worship music. We'll have a great testimony from a PGA golfer. I'll be doing a message and plugging everybody into the men's discipleship strategy. You can get a ticket for that. It's only $5. And you can even go ahead and insert yourself in some of the small groups to do the curriculum by going to the link that we have there at rickandbubba.com. So Old Town Helena, that is Friday night. Coming up on Sunday night, Rich Wingo, the 29th, will be in First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi, doing Man Church, and you're welcome to join them. That's a free Man Church. And then in Birmingham, also on Sunday night, Dr. Robert Smith at Man Church at Shades Mountain Baptist Church. And they'll also, all of these you can plug into our curriculum as well if you're not already in it. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. So we were discussing in the break these things that you hear people say that are a little bit game changers, and I say that about the flat earthers. I remember when flat Earth. Well, I'm just saying. I just remember when. Well, I'm just saying.
They ain't got a point.
All I'm saying, Greg. All I'm saying is that when these kind of things are brought up, it can change the dynamic of the conversation and the relationship. That's all I'm saying. A lot of things don't. I mean, you may be for one team, I'm from the other. I would say that. If you're a raging Democrat, I might can overcome that. It's going to take a minute. It's going to be difficult, but I think even there we can be okay if we just agree not talk about certain things. But I'm going to ask you where you are on this one. If someone admits that they believe the 9/11 conspiracy theory that the World Trade Center skyscraper was brought down by a controlled demolition, not a terror attack, where are you on that one?
Rick, boy, you got a lot of explaining to do on that.
Yeah,
Rick. I was watching video when one of the planes went in the building. Yeah, and I saw it go in. I saw the fireball.
See, that's
come
the
out.
part.
That's the part they gave.
Now, did they weirdly fall the way they did?
I know you can't believe everything you see.
Understood.
Especially in this day and time. And I I understand what you're saying, Greg, on the way it fell. But keep in mind, Osama bin Laden had an engineering background, and those planes went in about 3/4 of the way up on purpose, because if they were going to do a demolition, that's where they would have put the explosives to begin with, to use the top as a wrecking ball coming down through the rest of it. So I understand that, and I understand the concerns, but I think there's a logical explanation.
You know who now says he believes it?
Yeah, Spike Lee.
Spike Lee.
Well,
Spike Lee now, and they were talking about some documentary series he's doing. And he says, I got questions about the terror attacks. He says there's not enough heat in jet fuel to melt the steel, and claim World Trade Center building number 7 collapsed like those in controlled demolitions.
Rick, I've seen the same documentary he saw. Now, it is convincing. We've said this before. You can watch a documentary.
Right.
And I've seen the exact one he's talking about.
But, I think
this is nothing new.
But he's putting one out now.
I think the jet fuel.
Oh, so he putting it out? Oh, I didn't know that.
He's putting one out now, and he says he hope it leads to congressional investigation into the September 11th, 20. He's trying to get us to go back and investigate it again. But again, even if I'm going to do...
Think of all the things that had to be put in place.
I thought we did investigate it.
Well, I did too, Bo. But Spike Lee wants more.
So that documentary that he's doing about 9/11 is more so about like local New York City people.
Yeah.
But then at the end, they do touch on that. And somebody was interviewing Spike Lee, and they were like, why does this documentary spend so much time on the conspiracy theories and what is it, engineers for 9/11 truth or whatever? He interviews a couple people. And in this interview, talking about this documentary, Spike Lee says, I've got a lot of questions, and that's the statement that you read earlier.
So I guess if I'm going to believe in the demolition, which I don't, of course, but I guess what I'm saying is, so I can't just bring it down. I've got to make sure a plane crashes into it first. I mean, that's part of my conspiracy is we are going to get a plane to crash in it.
Well, let's look at motive.
But then
down is down,
and then we bring it down.
Yeah, let's just look at the motive. Okay, we know we had a group that was wanting to do this. They had been training to do these kind of things. But like you said, why not just blow it up with explosives as opposed to flying an airplane into it?
Which they tried. You remember when they went in the basement and tried it, and it
didn't work. Yeah. They thought that was going to work. The blind sheep there in New York got arrested for that.
Yeah. Now he wasn't driving the van.
But to your point, Rick, if he was not very well, down is down. So why not just blow it up as opposed to flying? But to Greg's point, they tried that. It didn't work.
Correct.
In the basement.
Correct.
There's no way to get a van full of explosives up to the 70th floor.
Right.
So this was another way that they came up with doing this.
The same plan, different way, but cost of the engineering.
Yeah, and I've heard that this is a different one, but same thing. The thing about the Pentagon, that there was no parts of the plane left that flew into it. But if you see the testing and they've done tests on airplanes flying into concrete and stuff, it disintegrates. It just goes right into it, and there's nothing but parts laying around. So, sometimes what we would call horse logic or common sense doesn't always apply to sometimes complicated mechanical and engineering things. It's not always what it seems right off the top.
Can I warn you, though? The FDA has said you cannot use the word horse sense anymore.
Right. I'm sorry about that.
Right. So,
and let me say again, I think it's a bad idea to take pet medicine. I've always said that, or livestock medicine. I've never been a proponent of that.
Right, but the prescription version of it at your pharmacy, a little different.
Yeah, it's different.
But let me ask you this.
Real quick, the jet fuel thing that the jet fuel thing that Spike Lee mentions that jet fuel can't burn hot enough to melt steel. There's like a blacksmith who does a video online who's just like clang clang clang. There's your melted steel, folks.
How
about this? Yeah. I'm melting steel without an airplane blowing up.
It didn't have to melt it. All it had to do was make it softer.
Right.
Now for a period of time.
So
and by the way, it knocked a bunch of the stuff out when it flew in there. It wasn't just a fire with the metal as it was the day it was designed.
Now, I do believe Building 7, they did plant some explosives.
Weird.
That was a controlled demolition. That I do believe. Yeah. So you guys can put that on.
Building 7.
Y'all, don't you forget about Building number 7 now. And I know all you guys agree with me on that.
We do.
No,
you don't. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
It's an afterthought. 6 minutes past the hour. From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, a brand new Rick and Bubba show has begun. And we're thankful that you're with us for this brand new hour as we work through it. Will of Meat still in play today, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. It'll happen before the end of the week. We don't know when, but this is the only place you're going to get the Will of Meat, so hang around for that. We welcome back for another hour and a brand new show today, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little back porch discussion we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Bubba, look, when I find out that this employee shortage that people are dealing with out there, when I heard, because, we've all been there. Matter of fact, the next door, it happened, a restaurant next door. Sorry, we are not open today. Don't have enough employees to run the restaurant today. I pulled up to drive-thrus. Sorry, we're already done at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Not enough employees to continue. And you just had deep down that there was a brand that was exempt from this affecting them, and apparently I am incorrect.
Well, we've got a story today that said some Chick-fil-A's are cutting back hours because they can't get enough employees to work. Mm-hmm. Also, that McDonald's was removing some items from the menu for the same reason, one of them being milkshake.
The doggone milkshake.
I tell you, this milkshake at McDonald's has been a real little hot potato.
Come on, Ronald. I mean, it's like McDonald's. Maybe they've been so ineffective with the milkshakes they just need to be done with it. But you're saying it has nothing to do with the lawsuit that it has had against the manufacturer of their ice cream. And we did that story. This has to do, once again, with just can't get people to work?
Apparently so. I was going to give you the details of it here, and the story has escaped me.
Chick-fil-A is cutting back hours? Chick-fil-A?
I know. How about that?
I continue to be just amazed by the whole Chick-fil-A deal.
Phenomenon?
I'm just amazed by it. I was pulling up yesterday to go and see the dermatologist. Everything's fine there, but Sherry demanded that I had some things looked at. And then while I was in there, I had him look at this poison ivy thing
what's that
scraped across. He looked at it and said, and I got a cortisone shot and all that.
But I like the way it looks.
Yeah, but anyway, now it's kind of I'm kind of starting to look a little BA now with it, aren't I? Because now it doesn't look.
A scar.
Now nobody wants to see a rash on anybody's face.
No.
But once it gets to where it's healing and it starts looking more like you got punched or something, it kind of looks. Yeah, it kind of looks cool.
It does.
But anyway.
So the story exactly is that 3, especially in Alabama, have closed their dining rooms because they can't find enough staff. One called it a hiring crisis.
So we're back to this again. I talked to a person yesterday that says the reason why they can't get some of their employees to come to work is that they are being paid to sit at home as much as $36,000 a year.
Wow. I get it.
Yeah, but what we don't understand is
that needs to be changed.
That's taxpayers' money.
Yeah.
That's money we don't have. When there is a job that would pay you that wouldn't come from the taxpayers. It'd be one thing if there were no jobs available.
Yeah, if you're replacing like that, the original intent.
Right.
But once that job became available, I believe that program might have shut on down.
Well,
think?
there's a friend of ours that I won't mention that is not known for how subtle he is. And I heard an interesting, and this is an unnamed person, who said that he got a call about a job that needed to be done, and the person was asking him why he couldn't find anybody to do the job. Now, this person, who is not the most subtle human being on the planet, knew that this acquaintance of his had 2 adult-age children that were at home not working, collecting unemployment, even though they're mentally and physically able to.
Sure.
And he says to the acquaintance, well, the reason why nobody can come fix that today is because of, people who can and don't work and are just sitting home collecting an unemployment check, that are that's the reason you now can't get that done. Really go look at your 2 kids. They're the problem. And, of course, not known for being subtle.
Right.
And of course, the person said, Roger that. And but if you'd like to know why you can't get anybody to come handle this problem, that's why.
Mm-hmm.
Rick, the restaurants in question here said that they're doing everything they can to hire more staff, but far few people than normal are even applying for the job to start with. Then applicants are not showing up for the interviews, and some who actually accept the job will turn around and resign within just a few weeks. This spokesperson said, unfortunately, Chick-fil-A is not immune to this labor shortage.
Let me ask you.
Now, I've heard this in other jobs, too.
Yeah.
It's not just them, and it's not just this industry.
Right.
I've heard this in the nursing industry, too.
I've heard
office.
Hey, let me tell you, good luck getting your car fixed.
No, I know.
They said, look, we'd love to fix it, but it's going to be a while. I got cars stacked out here. I don't have anybody to work. I'm fixing them all myself now. It's going to take a while.
Isn't this, I'm going to go for the interview, but then I'm going to turn it down or say I can't do it?
It's a call sheet.
Yeah, that's it.
It's a call sheet.
That's all it is.
You remember when we were in sales? Did you ever do radio sales?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In radio
Wasn't real
sales,
good at it.
or any kind of sales, if you went out and they would try to find out if you were just goofing off or not throughout the day. And so what they would say is, even if you don't turn in any orders today, we want to see that you went and called on people.
Yeah.
It's the same concept.
Yep.
If you're going to keep getting this check from taxpayers, by the way, it's not your money. It does not fall out of the tree. It was not blown out of a horse's rear end, okay? It actually is these are taxpayers, working people, providing this check for you that is supposed to only be provided when you're down on your luck so you can get back on your feet, not so you can sit home, do nothing, and take our money. Okay, while we can't get services done because nobody will work. Doesn't that bother you? Don't you feel like a loser doing that? Don't you feel like you're not contributing? Does it bother you?
There
at
was
all?
a time when people would.
I'm not talking about the wrong kind of pride. I'm talking about self-worth. Does that not bother you to be sitting there playing a video game when you could be working and you're taking someone else's money and you're being a burden to your family because you can't go out and take a job and pay your own bills? That doesn't bother you at all? You're okay with that? You can just say, yeah, man, that's awesome. I'm not setting my alarm clock again tomorrow because I'm going to sleep to when I want to, get up, do nothing, go do a few interviews, hand in my sheet, and take another check.
Speedy, I don't think
that didn't bother you.
I don't think that's true. I saw some of the sales jobs you did years ago. You were doing very good in
true.
sales.
Now, in radio sales, if we be specific, you weren't very good at that. But you were a good salesman. You must be. Look at all of us.
Well, you just, you just got to get after it. Can't have off days to being a salesman.
You can't. But you know what would they say, though?
You won't sell
What
anything.
was the day you went fishing, though, what did they say? You better have a call sheet.
Right.
And you had to turn in. I remember sitting down filling out that call sheet, and I was coming up with all kinds of ideas.
Right.
You wouldn't believe the people I saw here.
Yeah, I saw him.
Rob in Mobile. Go ahead, Rob. But eventually that bothered me, though.
Yeah.
Rob,
Good
go
morning,
ahead.
everybody.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
How's y'all doing this morning?
I'm fired up. I'm doing great.
Groovy. Hey, I
hadn't heard that in a while.
Mobile. Well, I'm old, so.
Right.
And ironically, I'm sitting in a Chick-fil-A drive-through line. So
don't be in a hurry.
I've got two sons. One has a brain injury from birth, and the other one received a brain injury from a febrile seizure when he was 3 years old. And they both get up and go to work every morning. And the place that they work is a Wenzel's restaurant here in Mobile.
Oh, yeah, I love Wenzel's. That's a good place.
Number one.
Eat there many times out on Airport Boulevard.
That's exactly the one they work at.
Yep.
And the Wenzel's people love my guys because they show up every day on time with a great attitude. They're actually training one in the kitchen because he has this innate gift of being able to cook. That's why I'm as large as I am. And the other one just has people skills like you wouldn't believe. And they function fine, but they could be sitting home getting this check from the government for a disability. But because my wife and I have chosen to instill in them a work ethic and how important it is to work, they choose to go to work.
Oh, that's great.
They'll be greatly rewarded for it. So all you people out there in radio land who are sitting on your keister not doing anything, get up off your butt and go to work.
I hear you. I just don't know why it doesn't bother you.
Right.
I couldn't be okay with that.
Greg, I think, brought up a great point. It used to bother folks, but now
people
the generation we're raising.
Do you think the reason why it doesn't bother anybody because we stopped making people feel ashamed of it?
I guess so.
Can we start that back? I'm willing to be the lead dog on
you want to get it started?
People now brag about what they're getting away with.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow. I've heard it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's no denying. go. 21 minutes past the hour. Largest number of people in a short amount of time. Let's go. At the end of 30, buzzer sounds, your time ends, someone else gets a shot. Let's go to the birthplace of Elvis Presley. Tupelo, Mississippi. And David's standing by. David, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey,
Hey, you were talking about how you don't know how other people see you. You also don't know what your real voice sounds like until you hear a recording of yourself. Because even though me being from Tupelo, Mississippi, and I've got a southern accent, until I heard myself on a recording, I thought it sounded like I need to be out in Corfield County giving a salute,
Well, you know why? You hear yourself on the inside of your eardrums as opposed to the outside.
Well, for years, Bubba wouldn't even wear a headset.
Yeah, I didn't want
to. He didn't want to hear it.
Listen, I can remember when I first noticed that. We were kids. We got that little cassette recorder that you had to push the button twice to play and the record at the same time to record. And I remember playing it back, and I was like, "Oh my." And I was just a kid. It freaked me out. I said, there's no way I sound like that.
I still have a hard time listening to recordings.
I have to be careful now.
Houston, Texas.
Nothing worse than a commercial come on your end.
Oh, my gosh. Mark, go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins. How are y'all?
Good.
Hey, these people not working don't realize what they're fixing to do because, driving an 18-wheeler, being an owner-operator, I'm having a struggle getting tires and parts because we don't use common sizes like everybody else.
Right.
But like PACCAR Industries, which makes Kenworths and Peterbilts, you can't get parts for your trucks right now because nobody's making them. I got friends that have had trucks parked for 12 weeks waiting on parts, and they're still making $3,000 a month truck payments.
Ooh, that hurts. Now, I was told that a tire shortage is the real deal, and especially if it's specialized tires. And
how do you think that guy feels? I'm sitting here, I'm ready to roll and keep it going, and I'm held up because somebody else can't.
Well, that's why the vice president said shop early.
Well, that's true. So get your toys.
What about I got 3,000 going out, and I sit here and can't get anything coming in?
That's bad.
That's bad.
And it's nothing to my fault. I'm ready to go.
Great. Now, meanwhile, Nimrod is at home on his couch playing video games.
Going, hey, man, this is good.
Taking a government check that he can physically and mentally go find a job. He just prefers this.
Yeah, because he says he can do it.
Let's go to John in Wisconsin. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Go, Pack.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Wisconsin.
All right, well, my question involves race. Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
Involves what?
All right, so I told my question is about false labeling. What I mean by that is I have a lot of people that I know, I'm going to refer to them as black in this discussion, that prefer to be called person of color. And I have some black friends that prefer to be called African American. Now, I don't care what you want to be called. You can call yourself African European, doesn't affect me. But I respect that you want to be called that, but it's not really my priority, my number one priority. So sometimes I forget to call you that, and I just call you black. Is that disrespectful of me to do that?
Well, and honestly, your example's confusing because I thought now black was back to being preferred.
I think it is.
Over African American or person of color.
I would say I would always try to be polite,
of course,
to refer to someone however they preferred to be, but it can get confusing when you have too many variables involved.
I understood because I've made this adjustment on the air because I like you, Josh. If you prefer to be called African American, that's fine with me, and that's what I'll do. But lately, it says no. We're back to saying black people. Or you refer to it as black people. I would.
Oh, I did not know that.
Well, you might want to check on it. Now, to your point,
maybe in Wisconsin, I don't know.
Yeah, but to your point, though, I think you make a greater point. We do all need to get on the same page on what is preferred, and because that does make it difficult. Look, and then of course it's all what country you're in.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in South Africa, I was freaking out because they were using phrases that we were told were over. And they were looking at me like, "What's wrong with you?" And I was like, "I don't think we're supposed to say that." And they're like, "Well, that no, ain't no problem here." I'm like, "Okay." And these were people that were African that were saying this to me, and I don't mean white in color, black in color, or in between. And they were using a phrase that we don't use anymore, but they were still using it, and it didn't bother those people at all. So you see how difficult that gets because they vacillate. So. Yeah, so I just want to respect each human being, and sometimes, as you said, Josh, that gets difficult because the preferences and what's labeled good and bad changes so often. It's hard to keep up with.
Rick, I just don't live my life being a color.
No, I don't either.
I prefer being called honky, but see, Speedy would rather be called a cracker.
That's
So,
true.
I mean,
That's
just
true.
what your preference is.
And I, of course,
Don't hate
still,
me for
and you
that.
know me, I've always preferred Whitey.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of where I land.
Yeah,
Old
yeah.
Whitey.
Let's.
George Jefferson used to use that.
That's
I loved
good.
it.
Gosh, that's good. To Tucker in Andalusia, 107.7. Tuck, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I work at an airport, and I just want to make a comment on that 9/11 conspiracy. I believe that's a bunch of hocus crap. We have an aircraft that comes through, and the pilots told us it burns anywhere from 2,800 to 3,000 degrees. And don't quote me, but I believe the melting point of steel is about 2,700.
Well, it didn't even have to melt it. All it had to do was weaken it, and that would have been enough. And it would have been very much in that range. And plus, again, some of the internal structure was taken out by the physical force of the plane hitting. So it wasn't like it was burning a normal building anyway.
Right. John
did it
and done it delivered. John and Clanton, go ahead.
It was an inside job. We didn't land on the moon. Lee Harvey Oswald did not shoot Kennedy and others.
Elvis is still alive.
Elvis is still alive.
And Elvis is still walking on the ends of the flat earth.
Mm-hmm. And Greg's an alien.
John and Clanton. John,
Calm
go
down,
ahead.
Cracker.
Hey, I heard y'all talking before the guy talking before the break about his two sons. I just wanted to brag on my wife, Corley. She was born with spina bifida, and she works 40 to 50 hours up here at the locals, Zaxby's.
Yeah, it makes you not have a whole lot of respect for somebody that doesn't have near the obstacles your wife has to overcome, and they're not willing to work. It really is. It's embarrassing. It's nauseating, and it's really hard to understand.
I was wondering if they had enough people like some of the other people.
Well, that's right. We haven't heard anything about them yet. To Geraldine, Cody, standing by. Cody, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
I think this lack of people wanting to work and a lot of other reasons that's going on in society today is lack of a father figure probably in the home, either spiritually or earthly or both.
Yeah,
or one that's sitting there laying on the couch.
Yeah. Or one who sometimes the guy who's around is more problematic than if he would be gone.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I think human nature is to find the path of least resistance most of the time, much like electricity. But you know, there's benefits that come from working in our psyche and our mental health. That if you're just not doing it, you're not getting that part of doing a job, seeing the outcome of it, being proud of what you're doing, providing. There's some mental things that's good for.
Yeah, and I would even caution men that are not in this category who just go into retirement. You can certainly leave the occupation and the vocation, but if you did, men who just knock it out of gear and do nothing, they seem to die pretty quick after that. Back to Bubba's point. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number, and MyPillow.com is our sponsor. Have you gone to MyPillow.com and clicked on My Store yet? You know, if you go there, you see a lot of entrepreneurs out there that are trying to get their products to the table. And would you like to see what they have to offer? Well, go to MyPillow.com, tote the promo code Bubba, put that in the radio listener square, and let the savings begin. These are people that are, they have products that, it's almost like something that can compete with Amazon, and Lindell and his company trying to give these entrepreneurs a chance to get their product in front of us without having to deal with all the things that Amazon's involved in. So anyway, look for My Store when you get there. And don't forget some things that are new at MyPillow.com. The premium pillow is at a $40 savings right now. That's big. And so are a lot of other items. But also 0% financing available for any order $50 or more. So put radio listeners, you'll see the square there, put Bubba in, and all this is available to you. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To Jake out of Childersburg, Alabama. Jake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey.
Hey, buddy. That's so horrible. That's so bad. I'm so sorry. Hattiesburg, Andrew. Andrew, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead. Oh, where's Andrew? That hit a different one there. Andrew, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys. One of your guys just called in talking about, his preferred, what he'd like to be called. One of the things that kind of confuses me is, why do we even need to know people's pronouns? I mean, how often do we talk to them and use their pronouns in the first place?
Yeah, I don't set out every day to deal with that a whole lot. And again, you're talking about things that are different. When you're talking about someone's ethnicity and things that they prefer, now it is difficult, and you got to give people grace if what you want to be preferred to be called, keeps changing. When it comes to the pronoun thing, I'm just a non-participant in that for the reasons that you just mentioned. Plus, you get into things that might be a moral opposition to someone's request, and that gets a little different. I don't know. I think the obsession with a pronoun, remember what the real Greg Bird just said, and there's been so many things that have just flowed from this bastion of wisdom over here, and that is sometimes people are just trying to be sharp. And I think this self
a lot of that going on.
We're enamored with self, we worship self, we're narcissistic. And so I want to be complicated, and I want everybody to hear how complicated and deep and evolved and sharp I can be with all this discussion about all my pronouns and my fluidness, and I'm just not going to be held down by things like and so I'm with you. So what I do is I just avoid using a pronoun at all because I don't really use them that much anyway. And I couldn't care less what your pronoun of choice is. It is of no concern to me. I don't care about it. I'm not going to.
You're never. When I'm talking with you, I'm never going to say I'm never going to call you he to your face. I mean, that's just weird.
Yeah, your point is, why do we need to know your pronouns? Because you never use them.
Yeah. Right. So, when I go to use a pronoun, you've already left. You're not around. Because when I have to go to pronoun, I'm having to refer back to something that you and I talked about before or describe you or something like that. And after that, you're gone. But if you're with me, I just call you by your name, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's trying to be sharp. It's trying to make a big deal out of something that's not even a big deal. It's not even that big a part of our society. We continue. Josh in Alabama.
Yeah, Josh.
Hey, Josh.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so there's an older video. It's a 60-minute interview with Morgan Freeman and Mike Wallace that sums everything up to the perfect tune. I mean, it's just the perfect video for this racism stuff. And I've also got a recommendation for your soundboard. It's Jackie Gleason saying, "What is the world coming to?"
Okay. Yeah. Dating yourself on a few items there today, sir.
There you go.
But yeah, I've seen the Mike Wallace, Morgan Freeman. That's when Morgan Freeman says, and look, Morgan Freeman's not a conservative. He says, "Do I believe that I'm at a disadvantage because I'm black modern day?" I'm not talking about the past.
No.
Modern day, and he tells Mike Wallace, no. Obviously I'm not. And he starts naming off all these people that are, are black people that are in high-ranking places and doing extremely well and have been elected to all these offices. And he says to say that I'm at the same disadvantage of my people of the past, it's just not true.
Yeah.
And I saw, if you want some refreshing things too, from an actor's standpoint, Denzel Washington's speeches.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe he hasn't been canceled. I guess he can't be canceled because he's black, but I mean,
because he's Denzel.
Denzel. Some of the things that he says, and I love that he knows he can say them and get away with them. Some of his speeches to college students, put God first. Period. Just get that right. There's nothing that I've been afforded or allowed that wasn't allowed by God, and him talking about that. But the other one was when, who was he talking to? And it was Larry King. And they were trying to get into this, how hard it is to work as an actor. And he said, hard work? What? He said, I rode on the back of a garbage truck in New York on 18 blocks. And Larry King said, so you were a trash man? He said, yeah, I was. He goes, now that's hard work. He goes, what we do is a joke. He said, I
knows the difference.
I really don't have a stomach for actors talking about how hard they work. Look, it might be difficult, but it ain't hard work like the hard work I've done in my life, We continue. Let's go to Ben in Clanton. Ben, how you doing, buddy? Go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing today?
Good, great. Ben, bring it in.
Yeah, I wanted to double back on that where y'all talking about the vaccine being mandatory and they forcing it down your throat at the jobs and stuff. Well, pharmacies and nurses have actually got a real big upper hand if they would actually get together, whether you vaccinated or not, and stand up and say, we're not having you force nothing on us, and none of them show up for work. You'll be amazed how fast it would win.
Well, I think we're already headed that way. It may not be an official movement, but we're hearing from people in the medical field the shortage of nurses, and if the pharmaceutical people and the pharmacists start having the same problem, they may, as you said, be forced to change their view on this because they don't have enough people to work. Now, the bad news is there's going to be people that get unnecessarily sick and can't get care because of the shortage. But at some point, the famous law of diminishing returns.
If they fire them, there's going to be a shortage anyway.
Right, exactly. So they're creating a shortage whether they have a walk-off or not.
Right.
Landon in Wetumpka. Landon, go ahead.
What's up, man?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, y'all are sitting there talking about movie things, whatever. I don't know if y'all have ever seen The Newsroom when he talks about America's not the greatest country in the world anymore. That's a pretty good one. But beside the point, I was at Bugmasters Expo this past weekend.
There's a transition.
And, man, I'll tell you, it started going good throughout the day, fun, good. And then almost turned into Walmart. Like Chilton County showed up.
So what do you mean?
Yeah, what is the point? I mean, don't you want people to come to an expo?
Hey, be careful what you say next now.
Right? I mean, we're trying to follow you here.
You hung up. I don't even.
I don't know. He called yesterday wanting to get on.
Really?
Yeah.
If you're going to call 2 days to want to get on, you think you'd have a better segment.
I didn't really follow, sir.
Is that his way of wanting Gary? I don't know.
Hey, let me tell you something. Let me ask you this. Have you ever had anybody whip that butt for you? Did you watch a Hawaiian Punch video?
That's so good.
Did y'all get that email from the guy from Ireland?
Yes.
Gosh, that was good. That was fantastic. Let's go to Steve in Wisconsin. Wisconsin stepping up today. Steve, welcome to the program. How are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. Listen, I'm kind of curious, given the situation in Iraq Afghanistan the last week or so. I'm kind of curious as to how many folks have actually called their elected representatives and told them what they think about it.
Well, I would think so. You see some people in the military. I saw some being interviewed a minute ago, and you heard Zeller, who used to be with the Army, saying they're all coming out now, and the people, I guess, may be causing this by contacting, saying, we told the president how we need to withdraw from Afghanistan, and the Biden administration ignored everything we told them. They did exactly what we told them not to do. And they're starting to defend themselves a little bit. Because,
which is strange.
But you know why? Because you said on the air the day, Bubba, and that's kind of the tough part. if our military gave this advice, then boy, we need some work.
Yeah, we need to relieve some people of duty immediately.
So they're coming out now saying, no. This is not our game plan. Whoa!
I thought Milley, I thought the chief of staff said he did that Biden did what he told him to do. Did I misunderstand that?
Yeah, well, that's him. But there's people I think that would be more conservative military experts saying we got his audience too and told him don't do what you're doing now.
Well, they must have built up while he was studying the woke.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour.
It brings me to my
The
knees.
Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you for being with us today. What in the world? What in the world?
Wheel of meat keeps on turning.
And the well of meat.
Don't win today, then tomorrow.
Everybody say it.
Wheel of meat's got me yearning.
The wonderful Wheel of Meat.
Come on, give it a try.
Bubba, today the wonderful Wheel of Meat has been illuminated completely safely. Also, the folks at harryanddavid.com, 1-800-Flowers, the Rick and Bubba store, Buzzbox Coffee. We've got a Cord Buddy on the wheel. We've got Moultrie, a feeder on the wheel. There's some potential pitfalls on the wheel. And remember, if you do win something today, if it involves shipping is problematic. It's problematic. So it may take longer than normal because we can't get anybody to work. Today, it's also special. If you hear Greg in the background, and I'm sure that you can, we have outside the studios right now, Sandra, is it Bost? You said Bost? Okay. So there's Sandra and Jeff Bost. It is Jeff's 54th birthday today. Happy birthday, Jeff. And they knew they could not get in the golden ticket seats today as planned because of the stupid pandemic. But they actually constructed and made drumsticks. It's called the Wow What a Stick. And they've given us all a pair of drumsticks, including Greg. And they wanted him to play the drums with their Wow What a Sticks.
Here they are.
Right there, as we do the Wheel of Meat. Yeah, and so he has those sticks.
I mean, it says on there, wow, what a stick.
Wow, it's not just any stick. It's a Wow, what a stick.
Yep.
And so Greg will play with those Wow, what a sticks in front of birthday boy Jeff Boss. There it is. All right. That's it. All right.
I told them they might be asking for too much for the Wow What a Stick to become a win on the board because their ultimate goal was for Greg to just play solos, like 10-second solos if you landed on something.
Yeah.
I
told
think
him
we get that every spin.
You're going to get that anyway, Sandra.
And I told him you might just jump off the building, Rick.
Yeah, I can't. And the thing, Greg can play the drums, but I discovered, it could be a child, it could be Bubba, it could be anyone. The only thing that's more annoying than someone playing the drums that knows how to play them is someone banging on them that doesn't know how.
Now you're talking about me.
Right, so... I mean, we're not, we got one great drummer, that's Adler, then Greg and I. Greg's better than me, but not better than Adler. I'm not as good as Greg or Adler. But we all can make it happen. And then Bubba's sitting there in the number 5 spot.
Probably lower than that.
Let's go to Nathan in Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Nathan, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Speedy, let it rip, baby. Listen to those Wow What a Stick's going.
Look at that wheel of spin.
Yes, spin wheel. How do they feel? They feel good, don't they? Let's go here. Look at this. Oh! Spatula, flip it! Boy, Nathan, I don't know if you saw the picture we had out on our Instagram yesterday. Somebody's showing that this spatula is so wonderful. They hang it up in the kitchen for all to see. I used mine this past Saturday. They're just so good. Probably cooks some of the greatest burgers I've had in a long time. You know how sometimes you just get it right? And the spatula plays a role in that. Well, you've got one. Now, remember, we're talking about shipping.
Come early.
Yeah, there it is. Look at that picture right there. Good gracious, that
that's
thing.
good.
Now, remember shipping nowadays. But we'll get it to you as quick as we possibly can, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, brother. Thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba. Wow, what a stick. And wow, what a wheel. Let's go to Virginia. Meet Virginia. Roy is standing by. Roy. So what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Roy Hobbs. Let's go, Roy Hobbs.
Reverse spin.
Bubba, that was a reverse on spin number 2.
Yeah, it was.
Wow, what a stick, Greg. Here we go. Yeah. Flowers, smell it. 1-800-Flowers for you. You've got yourself either 2 dozen multicolored roses, and you may not be able to hear me over Wow What a Stick. 2 dozen red roses, our vibrant summer lily bouquet. Which one would you? Do we say bouquet or bouquet?
I say
Do they both
bouquet.
work? Bouquet.
Bouquet.
All right, bouquet. All right. Which one you want there, Roy?
We'll go to Summer Lilies.
Summer lilies. I like a little summer lilies. I'm going to give you a quote from The Natural about the great Roy Hobbs, okay? My daddy always wanted me to be a baseball player. Well, you're the best baseball player we got on this team, and you're the best hitter I've ever seen. So thank you very much, Roy. We'll put you on hold. And I had to leave out one thing that Pop Fisher included in that. I caught myself in the middle saying...
I thought the quote was going to get a little symbol action there at the end.
But I realized inside the Pop Fisher quote, I couldn't quite do the quote.
Now,
let's go to Philadelphia, Mississippi, where Trent is standing by. Trent, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Speedy, let it rip.
a big spin. Big spin. That one may not end before the segment.
He spun that thing like he was spinning hits in Calvin's Playhouse. Let's see what we got here.
Salesmanship at its finest.
Yep, let's go. Yeah! Flowers, 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 smell it! So, 24 multicolored roses from 1-800-Flowers.com or 24 red roses?
Let's do the multicolor.
Multicolored it is for you, my friend, and we'll put you on hold. Thanks for listening out of Philadelphia, Mississippi, the home of...
Philadelphia, Mississippi?
Could have been the greatest college football player that never went all the way through.
It was
Marcus Dupree.
Yeah.
Marcus Dupree.
I knew who it was. I just couldn't spit it out.
Let's go to Tim in Vernon. Tim, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, buddy?
I'm pretty good. How y'all?
Good. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a doggone wheel.
Oh, there you go.
Change up.
Little English. Little English.
Took a little something off.
Little English here. Let's see. Oh, what is that one?
It's hung on flowers. It's on flowers. Yeah, it never went over.
Flowers, 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 smell it! What was right on the line? All right, you've got 24 red roses from 1-800-Flowers.com. Let us know where you want us to send them. And you are the winner today. And somebody's going to get some beautiful flowers from 1-800-Flowers. You think we do one more? One more?
One more, quick.
Let's try to go to one more here. Sandrock, Alabama. Sabrina standing by, or Sabrina. Welcome to the program. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go. Go! Go! Go, 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 go! There it is. Wow, what a stick.
Speedy may have spun that one too hard. I don't know if it's going to stop.
It may never stop. All right, let's look, Sabrina.
This will be it. This is the last one.
Oh, my goodness. What a terrible way to end.
Oh, can't have nothing.
You can't even. You can't even have it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
So many winners.
We had a streak going there, too.
Should have quit.
Greg, good
One
job.
too many.
Good job with Wow With a
Thank
Stick.
you, buddy, Rich.
Thank you, buddy, Rich. Thank you, Jeff and Sandra Boss, too. Happy birthday to you, Jeff. 54. Wow, what a stick today. Thank you for the drumsticks. Very, very sweet of you to bring those. Thank you for being with us on this edition of Rick and Bubba. If time today is coming to a close, if you're going to find some more Rick and Bubba content today, enjoy that as well. Thank you so much for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you